stands right now. That it's just not updated yet. But anyway, that's if you search University of Montana SSDP or Students for Sensible Drug Policy, we're on Facebook as well. So yeah, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and I'll drop my email in the box too if anybody wants to be added to our mailing list. I'm not sure if I'm forgetting something. Michael, did I miss anything?
We've got it all for now until we build that website.
Yeah, and we didn't get approved for the funding that we wanted to build our website, but I think we're going to like find a way to make that happen anyway. And yeah, so for now, just the social media and our mailing list.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your interest. I'm super happy to hear that other people are excited about our mission.
And then I have business major persons.
Hi, Kyle. Hi, Michael. Thank you both for coming today and being Zoom patient with us. And this is the second time we've gone through the ringers. So I definitely appreciate it. And I just want to say, thank you for sharing your experiences with us. I hope it informs our decisions going forward. That said, if there were to be a change in your budget tonight, and if there was any additional funding available, where would you like to see it go? Would you like to see it go to things like a website or anything else within your budget?
I'll let Michael talk mostly on this one because he's our treasurer and he's worked a lot on our budget. I know that for us personally, the website would be a priority of something we'd like to see, but yeah, I'll let Michael give his thoughts on this.
Certainly. Great question, Daniel. Thanks for that. We definitely want to create the greatest foundation that we can moving forward and want to have a strong campus presence in the fall whenever we're back and rolling again. We did get some allocated funds for drug test kits. We think it'll certainly be enough to start. And I think getting some money for website, and also we have line items for sort of various equipment that we can use. Specifically, I think would be critically impactful are drug information cards, which we actually have some that we would like to distribute that go through about 12 or 14 major drugs, talk about many of the dangers, real risks, harms, benefits of these various things in detail. And I think getting some critical, real scientific information to our community here in Missoula is going to be critical moving forward. So if we were to see some more money, I would like it to go into that line item for equipment and supplies there.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Kyle.
Any more questions for Kyle or Michael? Any more questions? Great, seeing none, thank you so much for coming. And we really appreciate your public comment.
Thanks.
And then, yeah.
Thanks for hearing us.
Is there any more public comments tonight? You don't have to raise your hand. You can just unmute your mic if there's any more public comment. There's quite a lot of people in here. So, any more public comment? All right, Sierra.
Cool. So I am addressing you guys, not in my capacity as a senator, but as a student. I just wanted to raise a concern that I had with the use of a 4-vote threshold for elections and the decision of the committee, which ended up not filling next year's Senate. I wanted to raise this issue to the Senate because I don't feel like it's within their purview in the bylaws nor in the Constitution in order to do that. And so I just wanted to kind of start a discussion about that coming forward. And it's just about the 4-vote threshold and the result of not filling the Senate and nothing else. I just want to make that clear as well. But if y'all have questions, I'll take them.
So first, Senator Bluger.
Hi, yeah. I don't have a question, but I can kind of speak to this. So on election night, we originally set the threshold as 5 votes, just as like something we could stay on. Later, I advocated to move it to 4 because I guess we as a committee were under the impression that 21 seats would be the threshold for Senate this year after the constitutional referenda passed. However, that is not the case until next election cycle. So we set it to 4, which added 3 more people. However, my concern about lowering it to anywhere below 3 is that there are a lot of people who have tied with 2 votes. And if the Senate decides to do anything, I would recommend to lower it to 3, which would add about 4 or 5, if I'm remembering right off the top of my head, to Senate. If we lower it, or if we decide to fill all of Senate, there are many people who have tied, and there will have to be a primary, I'm assuming, to fill those other seats. So I guess that's not really up to elections committee for us. So, but yeah, that was just my 2 cents.
Janelle.
I was going to ask if anybody on the elections committee knows why the vote is left up to be discretionary instead of being like written out in the bylaws what the threshold is for sure.
Anyone on elections? Can I talk about? Gluckert, do you want to go? Yeah. We can also have this discussion during committee reports too. But Senator Anderson is coming during public comment because of a conflict of interest. So that is why she's raising this concern as a student and not as a senator. But any more discussion for the public comment? Again, we may reach this during committee reports of this Senate meeting.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Senator Anderson, you mentioned that you talked a little bit about the 4 vote limit in elections. Do you maybe have any more specifics to provide as to why it's being brought? Because as far as right now, I don't know why this is why it is an issue. I just know that it's something that's here. But yeah, I was just wondering if you had any more specific concerns, so that maybe if we do talk about it with the elections committee later, that we can address those.
Yeah, so the specific concern I have is that because of the threshold that was put in place, the Senate wasn't filled for next year. And it was brought to the chair of the elections committee's attention on numerous occasions that the referenda that they were basing that the 21 off of was not in effect this year. It goes into effect next year. And historically, that's not we haven't set a minimum threshold for the votes. The minimum threshold is whatever the 26th person got. And I understand it would cause a special election to happen between those ties if the 3, there weren't enough 3 votes or whatever to fill. But it's also a very dangerous precedent to set to allow elections to set this threshold, because in the future, they could set that threshold higher, and then we have an even bigger problem because we didn't address it now when it's been done. Historically, the threshold in the past has always been whatever that 26th person has gotten. It's not been determined by the committee and then people aren't eligible. They're losing their ability to sit for Senate because of that threshold. And so for me, that's a big concern. And it's also a big concern, again, because it didn't fill the Senate, and it violates the Constitution to not have the 26th Senate filled.
Senator Reed.
Just to go off of that a little bit, what we were told is that traditionally the committee did set a threshold.
Any more comments or discussion here? Again, we can have this discussion during committee reports again. All right, seeing none. Thank you, Sierra, for bringing this up. Is there any more public comment? Well, last call. All right, seeing none, so ends public comment.
So begins the President's report. First up, we have Brian French for the Administrator of the Year Award.
Thank you very much, President Belcher. Good evening, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. When President Belcher let me know that I had received this award, I was honestly blown away. I'm very touched and honored. I'm going to be hard pressed to adequately express my gratitude and appreciation, but I'm going to try, and I'm going to try to not get emotional while doing so. So please bear with me. First off, I just want to acknowledge how impressed and inspired I am by all of you who serve on Senate, and particularly the executive leadership team. You guys blow me away with how you're able to juggle everything and attend to your responsibilities as a student governing body. It's amazing, simply stated. And I just want to acknowledge that you guys really charge my and various other colleagues' batteries regularly through our work with you and through watching you just pour yourselves into serving our campus and your fellow students. So kudos for that. I've been on campus, gosh, including my undergraduate days, for about 18 years now. And I transferred to UM as a junior when Barb Holman was actually the vice president for student affairs. And she is one of those just legendary campus heroes that we all look up to, you know, as beacons to help guide our daily actions and decision making because of her being such a champion for student success. And that plays into how much of an honor it is for me to receive this award. I've played various roles on campus. I started out in financial aid in the early 2000s and then shifted into academic advising and advising administration, academic support. And through my current role as executive director of the Office for Student Success, which I've been in a little over 5 years now, I've worked most closely with ASUM during that time. And I was talking about this with President-elect Gregory and Vice President-elect Flanagan during the executive team transition meeting yesterday. But every year that goes by, I say, well, this is my favorite team yet, you know, and I can't imagine it's going to get any better. But you all just keep surpassing prior groups, and that's not a jab or a dig at prior leadership teams or ASUM bodies in general, but you just keep raising the bar every year, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to work with you, both the leadership team, the executive team, and the students. I have the pleasure of serving on the various committees like ASCRC, Gen Ed committee. So with all my heart, thank you. I'm very touched, honored, and humbled to receive this award, and it truly means the world to me. So thank you, and I hope you all finish spring strong. Those of you who are graduating, congratulations, and I hope your paths ahead bring you everything life can offer. So thanks again.
Thank you so much, Brian, for your kind words. I'm checking my speakers list right now. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Brian? Vice President Hanley.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on it and thank you so much for being a leader for students at this campus. And I was more than thrilled to nominate you this year, and especially like seeing the work that you did this year with me being on ASCRC and Gen Ed and grad appeals, and also just kind of seeing the dynamic duo that you and Brian Reed have been has been really awesome. So I appreciate all the work you put for students in at this campus.
Thank you so much, Vice President Hanley. I so appreciate your nomination and your kind and supportive words. And I just want to, if I may, take the opportunity to acknowledge my colleagues too, because I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything to help anyone, students most notably, without the support and daily collaboration of my colleagues, including Associate Vice Provost for Student Success, Brian Reed. He is such a tremendous and valuable asset to our campus community, and he's been a wonderful mentor and colleague to me. So just want to thank him individually as well as all my colleagues in OSS and across campus in general.
Business Manager Parsons.
Hi, Brian. I would be remiss if I didn't say something as well. It's been great working with you the past 2 years on ASCRC and Gen Ed. Your humility astounds me every day. I mean, you're just, I don't know, you're just such an easy guy to talk to. It doesn't even feel like you're an administrator of this institution. You've been here through good and bad, and I know you'll be here far into the future. And I just want to say I appreciate all the work you've done so much, and it's been great working with you.
Thank you so much, Business Manager Parsons. Please know the sentiment is definitely mutual. I really appreciate it.
Senator Hahn.
Yeah, Brian, I just wanted to thank you for coming out. being an employee with OSS, you really are a fantastic leader. And I would say that you certainly are becoming one of those beacons and champions for student success on our campus. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Senator Hahn. We are so lucky to have you in the financial education program, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to everything you're doing to take that program to higher levels as well. Thank you. Really appreciate your kind words.
Any more questions or comments for Brian French? I'm going to wait 5 seconds. Cool. Looks like that's everything. Thank you again, Brian, for all of your hard work for UM, and thanks for coming out tonight.
Thanks so much again, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Next up, we have representatives from the Student Group of the Year Award, Climate Response Club. Do we have anyone on the Zoom call from the Climate Response Club?
I guess I can speak on
sorry.
No, you're all right. I'm not sure where Melody is. I've tried contacting her, but yeah, I'm the vice president for the Climate Response Club. And we're really honored to have gotten this award. I have been working really hard this semester and really like last semester as well to create a petition for 35% less energy use by the university by 2025, as I'm sure you all know. And yeah, we're super excited to have this award and expand our platform. We need all the help that we can get, especially seeing how sustainability is one of the university's key core values, and also how it's becoming more and more of a pressing issue every year. So thank you so much for this award.
Thank you. And I do have one question or comment for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Business Manager Parsons.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for joining us tonight. I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do. I know, especially with your work in Climate Response Club, I know you're very active in other groups, and I don't know how you find the time to be a part of all of them.
Me neither.
But I do just want to say, you've done a great job on this campus thus far, and I hope you continue to push these groups in the right direction. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and I'll give it a couple seconds, but it doesn't look like we have any more questions or comments. So speak now or forever hold your peace. Sweet, and I trust that you all saw Vice President Hanley's Facebook message, so we'll be moving a portion of my other up into the agenda and having a conversation with Donna Anderson about Policy 380.
Great. Thank you so much, President Belcher, and thanks to Vice President Hanley for inviting me to come and talk with you this evening about Policy 380, which is the international travel policy. What I think I'll do is I'll just very briefly highlight some of the content of the policy, and then I'm going to share with you some of the feedback that has already been received by the Faculty Senate, members of the Faculty Senate, as well as legal counsel, so that you know some of the revisions that are likely to be occurring with the policy. And then, of course, I'd love to hear your feedback, answer any questions, and take any suggestions or feedback back to the Provost's office for the policy. And I think, of course, feedback is probably welcome even after this meeting. So if there's anything that comes up after, that's fine. So just briefly, Policy 380 was actually adopted in 2016, but was never posted in the policy manual. The international travel policy was never actually posted in the policy manual. And because of the importance of the policy at this time, especially in the midst of COVID-19 and having to recall students from abroad and outreach to faculty and staff abroad, it's really important that we send this policy through a formal approval process and get it posted in the manual. This policy, as you can imagine, is intended to promote the health, safety, and security of all members of the community when traveling internationally. So this deals only with international travel, not domestic. In order to identify and assist faculty, staff, and students traveling internationally, we need to know who is planning to travel abroad. And we currently do this through the International Travel Registry. There's a portal to the travel registry for faculty, staff, and students on the Global Engagement Office webpage. And students who are participating in study abroad or exchange programs, including faculty-directed programs, and are signing up for those programs through the Global Engagement Office are automatically registered in the travel registry. Faculty, staff, and students participating in individual international travel must register their travel in the registry in advance of their departure. For example, students doing service learning or student teaching abroad or an international internship or research abroad. So when there is travel planned in high-risk countries subject to travel advisories or health notices, this triggers the International Travel Review Committee to meet and review whether or not travel should occur with final approval coming from the provost. And high-risk countries are defined as those countries subject to Department of State Travel Advisory Level 3 or Level 4, or CDC Health Notice Warning Level 3. So we are currently under a Department of State Travel Advisory Level 4 and a CDC Health Notice Warning Level 3 for COVID-19. So the international travel policy also includes language around insurance requirements for university-sponsored travel. All students who are enrolled in sponsored programs are required to enroll in the GeoBlue insurance unless they are required to purchase insurance through the program provider. So for example, if they're going through an ISUP exchange, that policy can be taken instead of the GeoBlue policy, but that policy must be comparable to the GeoBlue policy. In addition, the international travel policy includes language around student requirements before and during international travel, such as completing an orientation prior to departure, which at this time, the Global Engagement Office provides a 1-credit course to all students planning to study abroad, as well as orientation for all faculty-directed programs. And also we plan to create an online version of that orientation for individuals who are unable to join the 1-credit course. So that's an overview of the proposed policy. Just some feedback from Faculty Senate. One of the items that was noted is that the policy does not currently include any allowances for individuals who would be subject to or recognized under Jay's treaty. So Native students and faculty who have reserves on both sides of the border, on the US side and the Canadian side, and are covered under Jay's treaty. There is a proposed revision to state that those individuals would be exempt from the travel registry requirement when traveling to Canada. The second recommendation that came from the faculty is that, so there's currently a requirement for travelers to register their travel a minimum of 30 days in advance of their departure. And several faculty brought up the cases of research or other types of research related or professional conferences, things that there may be less than 30 days notice. They may, for example, need to go quickly into Canada or another country to follow up on some research. So the proposed revision is that in cases where it's not possible to register travel 30 days in advance, for example, for international research projects, Where the need to travel arises unexpectedly and quickly, travelers should register as soon as possible prior to departure. A couple of other recommendations from the legal counsel. There's in the travel policy a scope section currently that talks about the policy applying to all related international travel, including the affiliate campuses. And legal counsel noted that does not have the authority to affirmatively capture our affiliate campuses in our policies. So that will need to be revised to remove that. There are also a number of sections currently in the policy that legal counsel recommends move to a procedural section instead of being in the policy itself. One of those of note is the student requirements section. So that entire section, which is the last section of the draft policy, would actually be moved out of the policy into a procedures section. So for ASUM purposes, that part of it would not be in the policy for future review. The last thing I wanted to note is that I've learned from legal counsel that OCHI will soon be sending a message to campus, all the campuses in the MUS, requiring all faculty and staff to be enrolled in GeoBlue prior to international travel. The current policy states that faculty and staff covered by MUS benefits plan are provided health insurance covering their international travel, including medical evacuation and repatriation. However, we literally just learned that they are now going to be required, all faculty and staff will be required to enroll in the GeoBlue. And I'm sorry, I don't have more details about why that change in policy, but just wanted to note that. So I'm happy to take any questions. I also am really curious and interested in hearing your feedback. Anything, any concerns or things that you feel may have been missed in this policy are especially important to us at this stage.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at the speakers list right now and I don't see any questions, but I'll give it a few seconds or so. Senator Durnell.
Hi, I did have one question, and it was, well, I sent in a multitude of questions, but you really didn't answer a lot of them, so thank you. One of them was that in the policy, it says that the university can't ensure full cost recovery from a university mandated evacuation or a state mandated evacuation. And I wanted to know, I guess, why the university can't promise that to students.
So, and that actually is one section that has been recommended by legal counsel to be removed. So that will likely be coming off of the policy. And, you know, really it has to do, so I guess it's a moot point because it won't be included in the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments about the policy? All right, seeing none, that ends that section of my report. Thank you again so much for coming in, Donna.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate your time and your work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. And so it looks like next up we have COVID-19 general discussion. So like we have been doing, this is an opportunity for anyone who wants to get on the speakers list and ask any questions about the university's response to COVID-19 or bring up any new concerns. Please do so. I'm not seeing anyone quite yet, but I'll wait a little bit. Cool. Seeing none, we'll be moving on. The next thing we have is online public comment. I sent that to you today as a screenshot because the new president is in the president's email, so that's super exciting. But sorry for the strange format. I'll go ahead and entertain discussion on the online public comment. So please message Vice President Hanley if you want to get on the speakers list. Senator Gluckert.
Yeah, sorry. I actually wanted to be on the speakers list to talk about COVID. Can I still go back to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just pause the online public comment and go into the COVID thing. So Senator Gluckert, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess like I've just had a personal concern regarding some of the departments not really getting back to students in a timely manner. Personally, I'm going to grad school next year, and as this is a very kind of up in the air time, I've tried to kind of reach out to my department and get some answers and kind of figure out like my plan, and I really have not heard back. So yeah, I guess like that's just a little frustrating, and I know that I've heard that from like a lot of other students. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's also not the first time I've heard that from students. You're definitely not alone. I don't know anything about department-specific policies about that kind of thing. I imagine it would vary, but that's a very valid concern. Okay, so this is going to be kind of disorganized. I don't know who's on the speakers list for what reason. So I guess if anyone, all we have left up are Senators Fulton and Durnell. So if you want to talk about COVID, message Ethan again. Sorry, I know that was really confusing. Senator Durnell?
Hi, yeah, sorry, I should have brought this up earlier, but it reminded me. I do, there are a few friends of mine who are having overlapping final times and not very forgiving instructors, which I think is really dangerous when we're online, and they're already scheduled to a final time, especially when they're like used to this flexibility, and then finals is kind of the time that they have to have a set schedule. But this is the time where like their faculty might not being as flexible with them. I don't know exactly know how to go about it either, because the weirdest part is that this isn't even finals week, and so many students are experiencing final times that are pushed back to this date and are struggling with that. But then next week, if they're having that overlapping issue, who do you recommend that they reach out?
That's a really good question, and I'm so glad you brought that up. So the first thing that you should do for whichever final they want to have rescheduled, if the professor is not being very cooperative or willing to work with a student, is they should reach out to the department chair and try to have a discussion with that person. If that doesn't resolve the issue after that, I would suggest that the student email the dean and discuss it on that level. And then if that still doesn't work out and there's still conflict, I would reach out to the provost's office, and after that, if the student and the professor are unable to come to a compromise on timing, they should contact ASUM Legal Services, and as the student resolution officer, which the position is in legal services right now, they can help the student out with that.
Thank you.
Is that what you were looking for? Cool. Senator Fulton?
So I just had a question about the hiring freeze going on, because my roommate and I both applied for the village assistant position, and when I reached out to Tori Koch, when I was asking her about all this, basically what she said, they would have already had the contract sent out, and we haven't even heard anything about an interview or anything like that yet. Do you know if OCHI and the Board of Regents have discussed like getting rid of the hiring freeze right now, or is it still like in place until further notice?
It is my understanding that the hiring freeze is still in place. I will say this has been a topic that's been very difficult for me to get accurate information about, and I've heard a lot of conflicting things, and I can't speak to what's happening in housing specifically, but I do know that exceptions can be made. How those exceptions are achieved is unclear to me, but I've been working on that with Marlene. So I guess, Brian or Senator Fulton, if you want to reach out to me after the meeting, I can go in depth with you about some of the options that I've heard about, but then that would also be a really good topic to bring to the next team as well. Flanagan, point of information.
Thank you. Yeah, so I met with Sandy Curtis recently and talked a bit about this issue. And for village assistants in particular, they do have a pool of applicants ready to draw from once the hiring freeze is up. They're just waiting for the go-ahead from the higher ups. And then they do have other options available for RAs and otherwise that don't necessarily have a place to go. They're hoping to keep them on campus and not necessarily keep them on payroll once their contract is up, but instead just have them sort of stay in the residence hall while also doing some work for them, just as sort of like a transaction without really keep them on payroll and having to worry about the hiring freeze.
Thank you, Senator Flanagan. Next up, Senator Medina.
Yeah, I just had a question. Do you have any more information on whether or not like we'll be back in the fall? And also, I know a lot of universities are keeping in touch with their students about whether or not they're being back in the fall, and I just haven't heard anything from our president or like any faculty or staff members. So I was just wondering if you had any more information on that.
An email with a survey sent out, I believe, last week to all students asking their opinion about what they wanted to do for fall. I believe, just from memory, the options that were presented in the survey were online, in-person, hybrid, late start, or like a mixed semester where the first part would be online and then the second part would be in person. I don't know the timeline for decision making with that. I imagine one of the options too that students could choose was for the administration to wait until August to make a decision. If we could maybe go back in person, that would still be viable instead of making it right away. So it's just kind of finding that balance between whether or not we want to know what's going on, even if that means we have to go online when we don't need to, or if we're just willing to wait to have that in-person education. And so I think it would probably depend on the answer to that specific question in the survey, what it looked like students wanted for when we would find out about that. But if you wanted more information about how that survey was going, a good person to reach out to would be Kelly Webster. Senator Fulton.
Hi again. So this is more of just like a comment when it comes down to that. My main concern is if we do a half and half, or if we do start later in the year, students who are doing practicum, for example, the ed students, when we are in our blocks and in our levels, certain blocks are in the classrooms at certain times. So if you're in block 1, you're in the classroom the first half of the semester, and then you do your classes the second half. And if you're in block 2 and block 3, block 2, you're in the, like, you do 3 weeks on classroom, a week and a half of like a reflection and all of that. And then block 3, you're basically in the classroom the whole time, except for like one end, except for like 2 weeks where you're just like, okay, this is my reflection, I'm gonna go student teach. And I don't know how it is with other internships or other practicums, but if we are currently online at that point, and if we do a half and half, or if we do online education again, what would happen to those students who have to do all those hours, and would they be pushed back another semester as they were like potentially this semester as well?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Brian. I admit I don't know the answer to that, but that's definitely something that's worth looking into. Senator Durnell.
Hi. Yeah, I think one of the other senators are bringing up really good points, but I would just like to encourage everyone to take the survey if you haven't already. It really wasn't too long, but what it did was it allowed me to individualize my needs as a student and kind of express my concerns or agreements with any of the options. And, you know, like as an art student, maybe it's not ideal for me to be online. So that was really a platform where I could advocate for myself and in my community of students. But, you know, as a whole student body and as the ASUM representatives, I think our voice is really powerful, but we also should all take that survey, just power in numbers and getting a good collective source of data.
I absolutely agree. It looks like that's the end of my speakers list for COVID-19 general discussion. I'm going to count to 10 in my head, and this is going to be the last of the COVID-19 discussion. Okay, moving on, we will go back into the discussion about online public comment. So if you have anything to say about the online public comment, please message Vice President Hanley and I will call on you. Seeing no discussion about the online public comment, we will move on to SB 76 resolution, or SB 78, sorry, resolution urging UM to develop online sex trafficking resources. Alyssa explained this very well in public comment, so I'm not going to repeat it, but the only thing that I have for an authorship on this resolution is the reason you're seeing it in my report and not through committee is because I was approached by the students who wrote it after the last meeting and I didn't have the opportunity to introduce it as we had that break, but I went ahead and agreed to put it in my report for them. I'm listed as an author because I did some work cleaning up the language, but I am absolutely 100% not responsible for this project at all, and I don't want to take any credit. I think it was a really cool project that those students put together, so all credit goes to them. I will now entertain discussion on this resolution. First up, Senator Gluckert.
I move to add another B to, oh, never mind. You.
Senator Durnell?
Move to, I believe this is in font size 11. I move to make the whole document font size 12.
Motion made by Senator Durnell to increase the font size to 12.
Second.
Do I second? By
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Motion is adopted. Senator Flanagan.
I think this resolution is really well put together. I like what it's accomplishing, and frankly, it's probably something that should have happened a little sooner. I think we should pass it unanimously. The only amendment that I can think of that I'm trying to figure out in my head is adding somebody in the send to line for that's more directed at like website design for the university, and I'm trying to think of who would be in that position. If anybody has any ideas, please shout them out.
Thank you, Senator Flanagan. I move to add Marisol Lawrence, Director of UM Online, to line 44.
Second.
Unanimous.
Okay, motion was made by myself, seconded by Senator Flanagan. Unanimous consent was called. Business Manager Parsons.
Yeah, move to amend line 41 to put an extra N at the end of Ludeman.
Motion has been made
Second.
by Business Manager Parsons to add another N at the end of Ludeman, seconded by Senator Durnell.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. The motion is adopted. Senator Durnell.
I move to add a semicolon to the end of line 5.
Second.
Motion has been made by Senator Durnell, seconded by Senator Gluckert.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. The motion is adopted. Senator Durnell again. Nope.
Yield.
Senator Fulton.
Move to remove line 52, or yeah, line 52.
Second.
Motion to remove line 52 was made by Senator Fulton, seconded by Senator Gluckert. Unanimous consent has been called. The motion is adopted. Senator Flanagan.
Move to add Paula Short, Director of Campus Communication, to the send to line on line 45 and end it with a period.
Second.
Unanimous.
Motion to add Paula Short, Director of Communications, to line 45 was made by Senator Flanagan. Who called second?
I did. Senator Ferraro.
Oh, second was called by Senator Turallo. Unanimous consent was called. The motion is adopted. That is the end of my speakers list. Have any more questions or Senator Fulton?
Move to remove line 46.
Second. Unanimous.
Motion made by Senator Fulton, seconded by Senator Turallo. Unanimous consent has been called. All right. That is the end of my speakers list. Do you have any more discussion on this resolution? All right, we will now move into a roll call vote. Oh, sorry. Too quick. Senator Johnston.
Move to approve.
Second.
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Motion to approve the resolution has been made by Senator Johnson, seconded by, who seconded that?
I
Senator
did.
Fulton. And unanimous consent has been called. All right, next up we have committee reports. I don't really have any for you except for this one thing that's not really a committee, but Vice President Hanley and I had a closing meeting with some of the admin at last week where we discussed some of the lasting changes we'd like to see our team make, and I'll just briefly summarize those for you. We emphasized the importance of the Director of Student Employment, discussed restructuring the Dean of Students position, and the importance of a student diversity position at And so that was kind of our last wish for as we're about to leave our post. Does anyone have any questions or comments about that? Great. Seeing none, we will now move into my other. I don't have anything else in my other. I just want to thank you all for a great year. I've had an awesome experience being your president, and yeah, I'm sad. This is my last report. So ends the president's report.
And so begins the vice president's report. I will pull up, I know I said the last meeting that we wouldn't have any committee approvals, but we actually have one. I spoke way too soon. And so this is just appointing a constitutional review board. I put an alternate member on there just in case there's like a scheduling conflict with one. All 6 voting members, or 6 potential voting members, have indicated their interest in serving on a constitutional review board if it gets called by the end of the year. So anything pertaining to the 2019-2020 Senate, this would be the crew that would judge it. The qualifications, obviously, they can't be on the ASUM Senate. None of them are. All of them are students at large, but that does not disqualify them from being being members of the Constitutional Review Board. And then just for a brief explanation about the ex officio lawyer spots, that was something that's new that has actually never been on the Constitutional Review Board until 2012, and there hasn't been one since 2012, so this would be the first time appointing a new one. And they are strategically from ASUM Legal Services and University of Montana General Counsel, and for whatever reason, only attorneys from those 2 offices can serve on this board. I'm not sure why, but it says that in Article 5, Section 5 of the bylaws. But if anyone had any discussion about this, this will be the only committee that you'll be approving tonight. Text me now. Any discussion? Well, last call. All right, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion to approve appointments to the Constitutional Review Board. This requires a 2/3 vote.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Turallo,
Second.
seconded by Senator Anderson.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection, discussion or objection? Great, seeing none, that has been approved. So Senator/committee reports, please get those into me. I've only gotten like 5 people's reports, and I'm not even asking for me anymore. This is literally my last day as VP. I'm asking for next year's VP. Even if it's like a paragraph long, I don't really care. It's going to be helpful for next year. Some people wrote like a 5-paragraph essay. I don't need that, especially right now. You guys are all probably doing a lot. So just make it brief, and then try to do like committee reports or committee transitions to help next year out. And then I just wanted to brief you all on this in case you're interested. I didn't have any committee reports for this meeting, but I do for next meeting because I just got on a new initiative from the President's Office. It's called the University Design Team. So if you want to hear more about that, or you're on next year's Senate, stick around for the next meeting because it's pretty cool what the President's Office has formed. So any questions for me about the senator/committee reports? Great. And then I don't have anything in my other than I'm pretty stoked about this year, and I'm really, really happy for all the work that we accomplished. Just looking back through and looking at literally everything that we've done, it's nothing short of incredible what we accomplished. And I have you all to thank for that. So thank you very much for putting the time and effort into this. I know it can be a drag sometimes, but I appreciate you all immensely. And that ends the Vice President's report.
So it begins business manager's report. So as you see at the accounts, there hasn't been a lot of movement here. The next 2 weeks, there's going to be an $80,000 withdrawal for my down payment in my house on the Cayman Islands. Just want to make you all aware of that. If anything weird comes up, all jokes. So first up, we do have one financial request, and that was the folks from the Students for Sensible Drug Policy. Michael and Kyle spoke extensively about this at the beginning of the meeting. As you can see in the budget, only 2 of the line items have been funded so far, $100 in line item 62204 and line item 62210. But I would now defer to anyone on the board on budget and finance to provide an authorship. And you can just go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'll go if the board, other members aren't interested. This was something that the board was pretty split upon. It really came down to an argument on how much time is left in the year and how the time that's left in the year will be, if it will be effective for what is being requested here, as well as there was an argument made on equity for funding of this group as well as funding for other groups. And then there were certain arguments made about investments as well. Ultimately, I'm looking forward to discussion from the Senate on this.
And if anyone wants to get on, just go ahead and let Vice President Hanley know. He'll put you on the speakers list. Senator Johnston.
Yeah, so I was, I guess, not on the side of sending it through on this amount. I wanted it sent at about 150 to 175. I think that this has been adequately funded, and so I would maybe recommend splitting the 150 in 62210 to maybe include their website a little bit more, but other than that, I think that this group's been funded pretty adequately.
So I just kind of want to touch on some of the logistics of this. So this is a zero-based request. So this budget would only be good up until the end of fiscal year, which as most of you know is July 1, 2020. So this budget is basically in effect for about 2 months. Whatever is not used, then clear up. This budget is not for the entire academic year next year. It is for a 2-month period. And the student group is aware that they can come back and request additional funding next fall. But my speakers list. All right, I have Senator Durnell.
Hi. Well, I was in the committee meeting listening to this discussion, and I thought it went really well, and there was a lot of really good reasoning and support behind the senators' decisions on the board. But I was wondering if you all could elaborate on why you chose which line items to fund, other than like priority and whatnot, and what the considerations were.
All right. Any of the board members are free to answer that.
Yeah, I think what it really came down to is how the conversation got structured. It started with a motion to fund line item 62204 with $500, which then was amended down to only $100 for the SSDP banner. After that was passed, there was a motion to fund line item 62210 for $150. And there was extensive discussion on whether we should put this money into line item 62210 or the line item for the website, which escapes me, line item 62802. Other members of the board were far more in favor of putting money into line item 62802 rather than line item, and now that's not in front of me, I obviously don't have them memorized, rather than putting it into the line item for the drug testing kits, the equipment. Ultimately, the board ended up passing the 150 into the equipment line item. And after that, the majority of the board was not in favor of funding the group any further in the line item for the website. And it was also kind of a concern because the website and the equipment are both listed as priority 2. And that's because the group felt that both were equally important to them in their mission. So it really came down to the board trying to decide where to put that money.
Senator Johnston, did you have something?
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to touch on, I guess I was going to expand on what Senator Flanagan said, is I think there was some deliberation about putting some into 62810, I think, or whatever it is. Like it says, it also escapes me. It's been a long day. Anyways, there was talks because they can move around the money in the 6.2 category. And so there was talks about just putting in the $100 into the banner, putting $50 into the equipment, and then $100 into the website. This would theoretically, they could fund the website in full, and then they could also either have all the money into the banner, or they can have $50 worth of the kits, or they can spend $150 on the kits. And so I think that's where there was some deliberation, but ultimately it ended up like 62210 getting the full one.
So I'm just going to start by saying I'm so disappointed in my BNF members for not memorizing the line item codes. This is egregious. Just kidding. So Senator Nelson, did you have any input into this?
No, I don't think I have anything to add besides what Kyle noted. I mean, I think the biggest concern between funding 62210 versus 62802 is what could be used in the next 2 months, especially during coronavirus. Senator Johnson and I felt that the money would be better served in 62802 to help them build a website to get information out during coronavirus. We weren't sure that the drug test could be safely administered during Montana potentially phasing open or not, and with students not necessarily being on campus for the remaining 2 months. But ultimately, the board decided to fund the drug kits, I guess, as an investment for the future. So.
Senator Durnell, did you want to follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I've asked that a couple times now. Thank you. I was wondering then, down in for the website, for the subscription 6202, is that like is there a certain time period that subscription is based off of? Oh, first year subscription?
So I can touch on that. So basically whatever's in their fund just has to be spent before July 1. So if it's a year-long subscription, they just have to make sure that they have paid the bill June 30th.
Great, thanks.
All right, back into my main speaker list, I have Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, now that I'm speaking for the board or speaking for myself rather than the board, I would strongly urge the Senate to not decrease this budget by any amount. I think that it's fine where it is. If anything, I'd rather see the Senate add to it. However, I realize that's not necessarily a popular opinion, so I understand if it doesn't. I just would strongly urge the Senate not to decrease it. I think that the board discussed this at length and came to the best compromise that it was going to come to. I'm not sure how the Senate feels about that. Specifically with the equipment line item and how discussion was centered around that. There was a lot of discussion on, as it was already mentioned, how these were going to be administered during the COVID-19 epidemic. And I was personally of the opinion that these tests could be distributed in a safe manner. We are already in phase 1 of the transition out of the sort of policies that we have for COVID-19 in the state of Montana, as well as I think that there are different methods that we can use to distribute the drug tests should anybody need them, whether it be through courier services or otherwise. I feel that especially during the COVID-19 epidemic, this is a very important issue to stay on top of. From the research that I've done and the articles that I've read, I've personally heard that fentanyl overdoses have actually increased during the COVID-19 epidemic and stay-at-home policies. And as such, I'm very in favor of that $150 being funded into that equipment line item.
I just want to point of order that. I think some of that discussion revolved a little bit around the mission of the group and not necessarily the request of the items.
So Vice President Hanley, because it was pertaining to the drug testing kits, I understand the COVID distribution. Distribution was a big factor of which we spoke on Sunday. Because it is to the medical kits, I'm going to allow it though. Thank you for pointing that out though. Yeah, we just got to bring carrier pigeons back. That'll be a good distribution for them. So next up, I have Senator Tarallo.
Move to fund line item. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. Could you go back down to the website? Line item was at 62282. Move to fund line item 62802 in the amount of $75.
Okay. There's been a motion made by Senator Tarallo to fund line item 62802 in the amount of $75. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Flanagan. All right, Senator Tarallo, you have your authorship.
Yeah, so my plan was to my plan is to split the 150 from the equipment line item. So the idea would be if this $75 gets approved, to then just subtract it from the 150 that was going towards equipment. So yeah.
Okay. So just to remind folks, we are now in discussion on the amendment. So I'll be taking the speakers list for that. So first up, I do have Vice President Hanley.
Yeah, I like the way this is going. And I think funding the website is probably a better use of our money here, the group's money, than funding some of the short-term items that are in 6.2 whatever codes. So yeah, I think this is a great motion by Senator Tarallo.
Senator Corkish.
Yeah, I would support this motion as well. I'd also be down to increase it to the full amount. And just to address some of the concerns I know some people have about increasing the amount that we give this group, I think like 2 months is a really long time to get stuff done on a website. So specifically with this item, I think that the money would be used well and in a timely fashion. So I would say don't vote this down for that reason.
So that exhausts my speakers list on the amendment. I'll give folks about 5 seconds to message us.
Business manager persons, can you scroll down?
Oh, fancy.
Yeah,
all right, Senator Durnell.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I do agree with this amendment. However, my concern only is that I would rather see $100 taken from the equipment line item and then put that into the website, so that website can be funded in full, because it looks like they budgeted that out appropriately. And then in the other category, it's all much easier to move around. May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Move to increase the proposed increase by $25, so it's $100.
Okay. There's been a motion made by Senator Durnell to amend the amendment for an increase of $100 as opposed to 70. Seconded by Fulton. What was that, Senator Corkish? Senator Durnell, your authorship.
Yeah, so you know, I think this is going in like kind of the similar direction as that previous motion, but I don't want to necessarily under budget them in the website if we are giving them money. So to give them $75, it's just not meeting the mark that they are requesting. So by giving them $100 in the website, that fully ensures that they can get a website and get that up and running in the next 2 months. And then with them having 50 instead of 75 in the equipment category, I think that's okay, because they still have a lot of discretionary they have a lot of discretion with some of the other money that's already in that category, so they can move it around as they need to. however, with this category, with subscriptions, it seems like that is that second priority is something they'll just keep right there. So I want to make sure that we're just being as strategic as possible when we're making these amendments, and that's why I'm amending it.
Senator Tarallo.
Yeah, Dan, could you scroll back up to equipment? Yeah, so I would be more in favor of just an even split as I propose. I don't want to take too much money away from equipment because I also prioritized it as a number 2. They made both the website and the equipment number 2. So I think it only makes sense to have an even split between the two of them. I wouldn't want to take money away from too much money away from one category just to benefit the other, especially when they've shown that both are equally important to them. And so I would be against this amendment to my amendment.
Senator Johnston.
All right, so let's make sure we keep all of our conversations pertinent. We're in a motion to raise it by $25. It has nothing to do with equipment or where we're going to take money from, to or from. So let's keep that in mind. I'm all in favor of making this $100. Theoretically, if there are other proposed resolutions, I'm sure that that money can be moved around of allocate $100. So please keep that in mind. I think that we might as well give them the full pony instead of 3/4 of the pony. So then they can use the website for a year. They're going to be able to use that website for the entire year, whether there's restrictions or not. Whereas some of the other things that potentially propose that are thoughts of allocating with this money, I don't know if they'll be used as well. So I would highly, highly implore everybody to yield and vote yes on this so we can move on.
All right. Next up, we have Vice President Hanley.
It's $25. Let's just vote to approve it. I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world.
All right. That exhausts my speakers list. So we'll now go into a vote to amend the amendment to increase it from $75 to $100. Oh, schmancy. And we got a vote here. So go ahead and fill it out.
Business manager persons, I'm not allowed to vote because I'm the one conducting the poll, but I am voting yes.
Gotcha. Log yeah.
But I don't think my vote mattered. Okay, the vote count is 20-1 in favor.
All right, so the amendment passes 20-1. Back into the main amendment, my speakers list, I do have a few folks. Senator Flanagan.
I'll try to keep this short. I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of it being in full. I'm not necessarily in favor of any further amendments to decrease, but we'll see how that shakes out.
Good. Next up, I have Johnston.
All right, I will also be quick. Let's keep discussions pertinent. We're talking about increasing this by $100, so please let's keep it on track. Vote yes.
All right, that exhausts my speakers list. Seeing no further discussion, we'll now go into a vote. Vice President Hanley, perfect. All right, so all those in favor of increasing line 62802 in the amount of $100, vote yes. All those opposed, same sign.
All right, business manager persons, the vote is 21-0-1.
All right, perfect. I believe I was the one abstention on that vote, so that passes unanimously. So back.
Dan, may I have a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you go back to the equipment line? Yeah, move to decrease line item 62210 by $100.
All right, there's been a motion to decrease line item 62210 in the amount of $100 by Senator Tarallo.
Second.
Seconded by Johnston. All right, you have your authorship, Tarallo?
Yield.
Okay. Well, you've taken a speakers list if anyone wants to get on at this point. Give folks about 5 seconds. All right, Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not in favor of this. I feel that this equipment line item is just as valuable of an investment as the a website line item is, especially if we're talking in terms of being used in the next year. I think that this is something that will be used in the next year for the student group. May I have a follow-up?
Yep.
Move to decrease the decrease by $50 so the line item would read $100.
All right, there's been a motion to decrease the decrease by $50 so that it reads a decrease of $50. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Bowles. All right, go ahead, Flanagan.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to win this battle of having it funded in $150, which is unfortunate. However, there was an argument made about having the two line items be equal because they're of equal importance to the student group. And as such, I think that there's value in having this line item be 100 and the other line item be 100. And this is just something I wanted to filter through the Senate.
Okay. Next up, I have Senator Trollo.
Yeah, I think I've already made my case on this pretty clear. I would just like to remind everybody that money isn't exactly being subtracted in this. In my case, it was more or less being moved around. So this would actually be adding money to their overall budget. I don't know if I feel totally comfortable with that just because of how little time is left for them to spend it. But I do not control the Senate. So you can all make your own decision on how you feel about that.
You are 1/26 of the Senate, Trollo. You do have control.
I guess it's better than nothing.
Next up, I have Anderson.
Yeah, so I'm not in favor of decreasing the decrease only because my concern is, again, students are not on campus for these tests to be distributed to. I would be more comfortable seeing them or seeing next year's Senate encourage the student group to budget for this in their next year's budget when we have a better idea of what's going on. I don't want them to buy these tests and then have them sit for 6 months if we're online next year as well. So I would just say to please just stick with the original decrease.
Okay. Next up in my speakers list, I have Senator Durnell.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight one more thing is I don't think, I'm opposed to decrease, sorry. I don't know where we're at, but I want to decrease it by $100 and not by $50. And when I justify that, it is really about where the money lies in their budget. And when you have two priority number twos, I think it's equally justifiable to fund one or the other. After that, it just becomes like a big value game where, we're all kind of assessing like the value of one or the other. At the end of the day, I think they have a lot more discretion with funding the other one in full and then decreasing this one while it stays the same budget, because I do share the same concerns that since we only have about 2 months left in the year, it would be really kind of unjust almost to other student groups to be giving them that much more money.
So I'm going to rule that dilatory. Let's not compare this group to other student groups. Sorry.
Yep, no, you're right. So anyways, I'll vote.
I have Senator Flanagan.
Question for the execs. I don't know if it's listed out in the justification, but the group expressed interest in distributing these items at the Welcome Feast, I believe it's called, the event at the beginning of the year. Fall Welcome. If the group were to request this next year, would they be able to request it in time for the Welcome Feast / Fall Welcome so that they could distribute the drug tests at the Welcome Feast / Fall Welcome?
So I can touch on that. So part of the reason why we are seeing this budget is because this would be their only opportunity for them to request funding for anything at Welcome Feast because of the timeline we have for groups to become recognized. Since they're a brand new student group, they wouldn't have access to any fundings until they get recognized. So they would kind of be hung out and dry. Welcome Feast is usually in the first week, so based on the timeline of BOMO, they wouldn't be able to request any funding or gain access to it. However, that said, COVID-19 is a thing. I don't know if this is actually going to happen or if it's going to be pushed back to October or something. But in years past, they would not have access to this. Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, that answers my question. May I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep this short. That was a large part of my justification for funding this group in the way that I am attempting to do so.
Okay, Johnston.
one thing we haven't talked about is the potential for a refund. If there is, by some miracle, welcome feast in August, they can always purchase it and then get it refunded. So I don't know if that holds up for me. I highly encourage everybody to vote no on this amendment to the amendment and then vote yes on the amendment.
That exhausts my speakers list. So we'll now go into a vote.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Can you please clarify for every member of the Senate what we are voting on and what a yes/no vote means?
Yeah, of course. So we're currently in the amendment to the amendment to change the decrease. So originally it was decrease only $50 so that it reflects $100 being funded in line item 62210. So a yes vote would mean that you want to change the decrease from $100 to only a $50 increase.
Decrease.
Okay. Yeah. All right, vote is up.
Please get your votes on. All right, wow. So it is an 8 to 9 to 4 vote. And that's before I vote, and I vote no. So 8 to 10 to 4.
That motion fails, 8 to 10 4. Back in my main speakers list, I have Senator Johnston.
I even think this is too high, but I'm happy to compromise on this so we can move on.
That exhausts my speakers list. Would anyone else like to get on? Give you folks a few seconds. All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll now go into a vote to decrease line item 62210 in the amount of $100. A yes vote means that you are in favor of this decrease. A no vote means that you would like it to remain $150 in line item 62210. So,
and just a reminder to everyone, please, if you're on the 2019-2020 Senate, please vote. Get those votes in ASAP. All right. Jesus. So it's a 10 to 10 to 2 vote, which is actually more than the amount of senators or voting members we have on the body. So I would like to call division of the assembly.
If that makes sense.
Oh, yours is the ascension.
I have to vote yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to call division.
Okay, cool. Division of the assembly has been called. Secretary Shelver, could you?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Can we once again define what a yes/no vote is?
Yep. So a yes vote means that you are going to decrease line item 62210 in the amount of $100. A no vote means that you would like it to not be decreased at all. All right. So Secretary Shelver, are you there?
Yep.
Awesome.
All right. Senator Jimmy?
Yes.
Senator Johnston?
Yes.
Senator Kiefer?
No.
Senator Medina?
No.
Senator Nelson?
Yes.
Senator Ream?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rink?
No.
Senator Tarallo?
Yes.
Senator Anderson?
Yes.
Senator Borgasani?
Yes.
Senator Bowles?
Yes.
Senator Corkish?
No.
Senator Durnell?
Yes.
It's a yes?
Yep.
Okay. Senator Flanagan?
No.
Senator Fulton?
No.
Senator Glukert?
No.
Senator Gregory?
No.
Senator Hahn?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Is that a no or a yes?
That's a no.
Okay, thank you. Business Manager Parsons?
Not me.
Oh, sorry. Vice President Hanley?
Yep.
President Belcher?
No.
Did I miss anyone? Because it's 10 to 10.
Oh.
Is that the correct number of seats, Vice President Hanley?
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
Okay. All right, so we are tied. I'm going to go ahead and vote yes. So with that, the motion passes 11 to 10 to 0. All right, back in my main speakers list. It is currently, oh, I do have a few. Senator Durnell.
Yield.
Okay. I have Corkish.
Yield.
Yep. Johnston.
I just want to say I really hope that people's votes were out of looking at this group as any other group and not their mission, but it doesn't.
Hanley.
Move to approve.
All right, there's been a motion to approve by Vice President
Second.
Seconded by Tarallo.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, this budget has been approved. All right, thank you all. That was a really fun exercise. I like that. That was good. I haven't had anything like that in a while. All right. Next up, I did have something just pertaining to the ASUM fee referenda. So elections posted the results. All of the fee referenda passed. Thank goodness. I think that's a really good push. I'm glad students are in support of what we're doing, particularly a sustainability fee for having the highest yes votes. That was pretty cool. However, our work is not yet done. On the ASUM side, we have put it to the student body. The students have spoken. That said, it has to go up to the Board of Regents, who can either vote to approve or not on any of the additional referenda. So I just want to point out that the next Board of Regents meeting will be May 20th. This will be on the docket for that, and I would just encourage you all, if you're passionate about these fees passing and gaining more access to resources for students, you can also submit a public comment there, kind of touch on what this is. Oh, we're getting close to the how. I'll try and wrap it up quick. So yeah, I would just encourage you all to attend that meeting virtually if you can. It's up on the MUS website. I know I'll be there supporting all of the fee referenda. Might as well be a conduit for the student one last time, one last hurrah. But with that, I didn't know if there was any questions regarding the ASUM fee referenda, about any of those thresholds, or just kind of where it goes from here. And oh, yeah, I have Vice President Hanley.
So I'll make sure to drop in our group chat the link to the Board of Regents so you all can figure out the agenda, figure out when the item's appearing, and then public comment. This made Board of Regents is weird because it looks like it's only one day, and it's usually always over 2 days. So I'll try to get you more information. It's definitely going to be a weird format for the May Board of Regents meeting, that's for sure.
Totally. All right, next up I have Senator Fulton.
I yield, you answered my question.
Perfect. All right, yeah, just once again, thank you all for putting in the work on that. I'm really happy they passed. Next up in committee reports, I do have a few. So sports union finally met last week, and we allocated our allocation from ASUM. Our final budgeting session lasted a whopping total of 8 minutes. They're very efficient folks. They are not fickle. They do not like to argue with one another. So I encourage some of those folks to run for Senate because they can make the budgeting process fairly seamless. But no, just all jokes aside, it was good. All the groups got funded fairly equitably, I believe. So, and I think they're happy with the results as well, and for the ASUM's allocation for all of their stuff. Oh, I completely jumped over one of my agenda items, but I'll get to that next. So in my committee reports as well, Publications Board and Radio Board are going to be meeting one last time just so we can have some sort of transition, some sort of overlap between ingoing execs, outgoing execs, and just kind of ironing out that process because there's a lot of new folks on the publication side as well. So just be looking for an invite for those. If you're on it currently, there will be just one last meeting. It might not matter, but it would be good if you could attend those. If there's any questions about my committee reports, oh, I do have Senator Fulton.
My question is the resolution I proposed, like when we were still meeting in person, did you guys ever see that? Because it was seen in RNA and I just didn't know if you guys ever saw it because of all of this going on.
Yeah, so you're referring to the change to the name, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that never did not make it on the docket. Senator Fulton. I don't know if I had an update. I believe it kind of got lost in the mix. but that could be something that they would see for next year. So thank you for bringing that up, but I don't believe I have that document. We did not see it at our last meeting either, no. Okay.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Well, this is more of a question for, would I have to re-propose it, or would it just be on the docket for their first meeting next year?
That'd be, I believe, a next year thing, correct, Vice President Haley? Yeah, that would be a next year thing. Yeah. Thanks for bringing up that, Senator Fulton. Sorry about that. All right. Is there any more questions about committee reports? All right, seeing none, I did skip over one of mine, so student group rollover funds. So for those of you, Senator Durnell has been working on a really good resolution in conjunction with our incoming BM to set aside some funds for student groups to apply for missed opportunities, things that were scheduled in the spring that are being pushed back to the fall. So basically what this is it's just going to be an opportunity for student groups to kind of reapply for funding that they lost because at the end of each year, everything in the budget rolls over back into the account, and this would just be allow for people to gain access to credit to help fund activities that may be rescheduled for the fall because of COVID-19. I just want to applaud Senator Durnell for his work. This will be seen at the meeting right after this. And I know, what is it, preemptive business manager Hanley is also in support of it. So I just wanted to kind of say, voice my support in this forum because I think it's great. And then I want student groups to be able to access their funding just because I don't think we could have foreseen this public health stuff. All right. Next up, birthdays. So I did send out the email for you all about kind of what your plans were. Thank you to those who got back to me. For those of you who haven't, the offer still stands. You have until, I guess, 12 p.m. tonight if you want a gift or a drink or a snack. I am still more than willing to do that, so just please drop the email back, the biz manager email. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that it is President Belcher's birthday. So yay for her. Congrats on making it to 22. You're living out your Taylor Swift fantasy very well. So just I'll applaud that. All right, I don't have anything in my other, I see we're getting close to Howl time. I do just want to say, it has been a really great year. We have done a lot. I'm very, very happy that the fee referenda passed the student body this significantly. So I'm just so pleased that ASUM might potentially have the opportunity to fund more activities next year because I think our students are going to need it. So thank you all for a great year. Y'all were the best Senate I think that I had. Yeah, you were the best Senate I had. So I just want to say thank y'all. And that is my report.
All right, so opens committee reports. If you have a committee report or you would like to get on, please text me and then we'll take a break in like 2 minutes. So text me if you have a committee report that you want to get on for, or if you want to make a motion during committee reports. And then we'll take a break in probably literally 1 minute. Yeah, probably literally. Not my best use of the English language today. All right, still text me during the break, and then when we convene, I'll put you on the speakers list. But for now, we will be taking a, let's go 7-minute break. All right, everyone, we'll be starting back up in 1 minute. All right, I'll start back up in about 10 seconds. I just want to make sure we have everyone here. Looks like we got most people. Secretary Shelver, are you there? We'll give him a few moments to get back.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool.
It
No,
just
you're
wasn't-
good.
The mute thing wasn't working.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. All right, so I will now call this meeting back to order at 8:06 p.m. I know that was a little bit longer than a 7-minute break, but we're back now. So I'm going to read off my speakers list, and if I didn't catch you, just text me back. So currently I've got Fulton, Nelson, Corkish, Anderson, and Ream. And then if I've obviously missed you, please text me so you can get on the speakers list. First, I have Senator Fulton.
So I have two. The first one's from Gen Ed. We reviewed our docket that is being sent to Faculty Senate, and that was about it. We don't have a chair for next year, so they are going to be hopefully picking a chair in the fall. And the second one is for the College of Arts and Media. We are currently emailing each other and talking about it, but we're slowly coming to the conclusion that we're gonna have to start the search all over again in the fall, because even though we have our 6 candidates listed, we don't believe as if they would be willing to wait that long for a year and a half before they could get the job offer. So we're probably gonna have to redo the search in the fall.
Nelson.
I just have a quick update from transportation. We met for the final time this year today to approve the long-term strategic plan and the budget. We also talked about some updates to service. So UDASH is no longer running their strict routes. Instead, they're providing on-demand services, which based on the schedule that we saw today have been utilized relatively frequently. You just have to book it 75 minutes in advance. So it's a great service that I think has been marketed relatively well on Facebook and things like that. In terms of the long range plan, it wasn't completed in part because they've been responding to COVID. And based on the bylaws, it's something that is just reviewed annually. We don't have to approve it in its like final strict form. So I'll recommend to the next board next year to start the year by looking at that long range plan based on all the changes that we've made to it this year. And then finally with the budget, we approved the Office of Transportation utilizing the same level of funding that they've been using for this year through September 30th of 2020. And the reason that we did that is because with COVID-19 and with ridership so drastically changed and without a clear plan for whether the university will be opening up in the fall, it wasn't feasible for Jordan, our director of transportation, or any other staff within the Office of Transportation to build a clear budget that they could actually follow. And so for that reason, we just allowed them to continue utilizing the same level of budget that they have been using. And then it'll be one of the first things that the board reviews next year is a budget for actual fiscal year 2020. I realize it's not conventional, but we felt that it was irresponsible to approve a budget that possibly wouldn't be utilized in any strict sense. So
Corkish.
All right, so I just wanted to give one last elections committee report. So our last meeting was last night, and we kind of just wrapped up and discussed like what we wanted to recommend for kind of like improving elections committee next year. And I think the most important thing that we all kind of agreed upon was that I think it would be really beneficial if in the fall elections committee met regularly and really looked into the bylaws. Well, Senator Gluckert and I are proposing one amendment tonight. I think there are several that could occur, and even more probably than I've even noticed. And generally, I think it's hard for elections committee to make those changes because we kind of all see what needs to be changed, and then it's like we're all out because none of us are running for the next semester. So there's that. If anyone wants to hear more about that, they can just reach out to me. And then I just wanted to give like a huge thank you to everyone for such a huge push for elections this year. We had an amazing turnout, which was honestly quite surprising. I was expecting the worst. And I think especially marketing and outreach and everyone who worked really hard on promoting the fees in the referenda and creating the referendum changes. It was just a really nice surprise to see that we got over 13% turnout this year. And then the final thing I wanted to touch on, and just because I wasn't able to get on the speakers list earlier, was just there were a few concerns brought up relating to the public comment. And I just want to say, as someone who promoted sticking to the 4-person threshold for our elections decision, and Gwen told us the night of, the year before the threshold for executives was 10 and the threshold for senators was 5 for write-ins. So there has been like precedence for making those decisions. So I would just say that I think our decision was pretty much based on theirs, and we ended up changing it to 4 because we only had 18. So yeah, that's that.
Anderson.
Yeah, so grad council met for the last time today. They went over some suggestions for next year's grad council. They talked about who's rotating in and out. They also talked extensively about the graduate student forum that was held on Friday with GPSA, talking about issues that graduate students are facing with COVID and their programs and kind of the misinformation or the lack of information that's going through, which was super helpful. And then they informed us that the resolution from Graduate Council to Faculty Senate about RA and TA pay was approved by Faculty Senate, and that it had like a lot of overwhelming support, so that was super cool. And yeah, they just took suggestions about things like the subcommittees for Bertha Morton, how to run the meetings next year, things like that. So,
Senator Ream.
We met with student computer fee committee. At that meeting, we approved some requests. Most of them were around the pandemic and different things that came up with that. We're still working on coming to a decision on what exactly we are funding, creating a competitive fund model, and then the next meeting is this coming Friday.
And then I forgot about one committee report, so my apologies there. The College of Business Dean Search Committee has had nothing, but one of our finalists was Canadian, which I completely forgot about until Dean Kerr just sent us an email, I want to say a couple days ago about it, and there's a current travel restriction to the US right now. So campus visits have been postponed to the fall. It sounds like he is still very much interested, and his name, I think, should still be up on the provost website. His name is Norman Riley. It's already been released to the public. But as of now, that search, like pretty much all searches in the university, is up in the air, and hopefully we can see the situation clear up so we can either finish those or get some more information. And then next I have Senator Nelson.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I move to overturn the decision of the Elections Committee to place a cap on Senate write-in candidates.
There's been a motion by Senator Nelson to overturn the decision of the Elections Committee to place a cap on the number of write-in votes to take a Senate seat. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Johnson. I'm not going to allow unanimous consent on this because I know there's going to be discussion. So Senator Nelson, your authorship.
Sure. So based on my understanding, there's no ground within our governing documents which allow the elections committee to place any sort of arbitrary cap on the number of write-ins which can be or the number of votes for a write-in that can be considered to allow someone onto a Senate. I know it's been utilized in the past, but I don't know that there's anywhere in our governing documents that allows for this to happen. And furthermore, the Constitution supersedes anything else, and the Constitution in its old form, which is what elections were held under, require us to have a Senate filled at 26 seats. And so to not even consider any other people that might have been written in or to give them a call to give them the option to fill up our Senate seems like a gross violation of the Constitution. And for that reason alone, I think we have to overturn the decision of the Elections Committee and at least attempt to fill the Senate. Otherwise, I think this will be sent to the Constitutional Review Board for a formal decision.
President Belcher. President Belcher? I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I was just starting up my video.
Okay.
So I just wanted to provide some context as president. One thing that I do is, well, in this case, I provided a digital signature to validate the results. I just want to provide some clarification on my part. I'm not going to share my opinion about the threshold, but it was not indicated to me that the reasoning behind the threshold had anything to do with a lower number of senators filling the seat. I thought that the threshold was implemented for other reasons, ranging from historical context from having a threshold or to prevent people who weren't really running and had not been seriously written in from being appointed as senators. So that's why I went ahead and validated the results with the lower number.
And then I'm going to yield to Sierra, who's talking in the capacity as a student.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on my reasoning for bringing this issue up too. So one, the Constitution does state that there is supposed to be 26 seats in the Senate. It doesn't say that there's a particular threshold. And I went to Lou Villamez, who's the ASUM legal director, to ask him about his interpretation of this and whether or not there was an issue or a violation. And he advised that threshold just means whatever the lowest, like the 26th person gets, which may be where the mistake was made, is that interpretation. I also think it would be a gross mistake to not fill the Senate for next year and abide by our Constitution, just because it is like, that is our ultimate governing doc. And I appreciate the Elections Committee, what they did, but I just don't think that in this sense, they were either led correctly or that they made the correct decision to not fill the Senate.
Darnell.
I guess I would like to ask some clarification about what the follow-up context of this decision would be. So that would mean like primary election for the writing candidates, correct? And what would be the timing for that?
So yeah, that would be really tough to figure out. And if this vote passes, I will go to Lou and get a clear idea, because this is our last meeting of the year. So you can't really decide anything else from here. So I'll go to Lou and see what's the proper procedure to follow. But yeah, that's just so you have some information. I don't know the best way to follow up. Go ahead.
Yield.
Okay. Johnston.
So, as much as I hate that we have senators that are going to fill with 3 or 4 seats, that does mean we still have to fill the Senate at 26. If that means that somebody got 1 vote or 2 votes and that they're the 26th person in, they're the 26th person in. As much as I think it's kind of a gross use of the Constitution, in my eyes, it is the right thing to do. And so I would strongly encourage a yes vote.
Senator Blucher.
Yeah, I am all for whatever the Senate wants, and I would, I guess just to kind of defend a little bit of the Elections Committee, I feel like maybe we were not led in the right direction. We did consult with President Belcher and Ona and Gwen and asked them, and I guess like my interpretation, like I said earlier, I was the very one that was kind of on the committee on election night that advocated for the threshold to go from 5 to 4 to add those 3 extra seats, because at the time I thought it was 21 people, and I agreed with most of you guys that I wanted a full Senate. So yeah, I just I think that, again, like Senator Corkish said, next year I think that elections really needs to go through bylaws and go through the Constitution and have these conversations earlier, because as we kind of all know, a lot of our governing documents are kind of up for interpretation a lot of the times, and it is kind of hard to make these kind of decisions. So yeah, I just felt like I kind of needed to say my 2 cents on like defending us a little bit, but I agree. I think that we should add these seats, and that was like originally kind of what I fought for. So vote, yeah, however you want to vote.
This is Manager Parsons.
So Senator Nelson, would you actually yield to a question?
Yeah, I can yield to a question. I don't know if I'll be able to answer it though.
This is Manager Parsons.
It's a little bit of uncharted territory, so this might, yeah, I don't know if there's an answer for this. But I did want to ask, so if this was to be overturned, how would you want these additional seats to be filled in the event that there's like a tie of all the 3 voters or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the process for that would be. I would imagine just calling in a randomized order. I imagine some of these people with 3 votes will probably say no, although I'm sure there's some other function by which you could, you know, choose the 3, whether that's a special election or something else. But I would probably just start by calling and seeing if they were even interested, because I imagine of the tie, like some of those people will not be interested in taking the seat. But.
Okay. Vice President Hanley, may I have a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I do appreciate that this could be an effort to maybe rectify the situation. However, I don't know if it's really the Senate's place to be doing this. I think maybe it might be more appropriate to have a constitutional review board kind of review this process. I think that's kind of the purpose of them, is like when there is like these lapses in like decorum or like policy, that they could kind of oversee some of that. I don't know if the Senate should be doing it, but I mean, that could just be a difference of opinion. But I do think that we do need to look at this issue a little more holistically.
Darnell.
Yeah, I guess what tears me up about the situation a little bit is making these decisions, Senator. And it's kind of a really touchy subject, so yeah, I commend those comments. I guess one of the things I'm considering when we're voting about this is that if we're, as a Senate, I'm advocating to fill this body, and I believe that there are other methods to fill this body a lot sooner and to involve the people who did get less than 4 write-ins, who didn't achieve the cap. So like holding an early interview process, even over like the summer, and reaching out to those students to engage them in that process would actually fill our body possibly by the first meeting that is held in September or August. And I just think that's more of an effective way to go about it. But I also agree that a constitutional board, this has got to be necessary at this point when this has been brought up with so much controversy and interpretation regarding our Constitution. Yeah, I guess I just appreciate all the points that were brought up.
Senator Nelson.
I'd like to yield to Sierra Anderson as a student.
Yeah, so I just want to respond to some of the things that we're saying about the Senate not being, this is not the Senate's place. I talked again to Lou about that, and because it's not doing anything regarding results or anything of that nature, it's literally just overturning the decision to have that threshold and not fill the Senate, that it would be first the Senate's place. And if the Senate chooses to not rectify that situation, to then move into a constitutional review board to basically correct our decision, and then by like lineage that decision of the CRB. I do think that elections could, like, they have the results, so I don't think it's less quick to pass, like if we pass this motion, to call those next people and then go from there. I think that you could still do that effectively, because I do think that there are some people who will turn it down. Some people get written in as jokes, they get written in by their friends, they don't know who else to put. Like, there's a laundry list of things. I'm sure they're gonna, like, interview is going to have to be called anyway, because it always is. But I would highly encourage everyone to correct the mistake the committee made, just because that is the Senate's place, is to correct these mistakes by all of our committees, which is why we have the motion to overturn the decision of the committees.
Senator Terrell.
Yeah, so I'm speaking in defense of the committee's decision. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee. This is why we have committees, and I applaud them for taking the initiative to make such a decision. As far as them making decisions, it's been made clear that there is precedent for having some kind of threshold like this. To speak to the constitutional matter, I mean, like it or not, we've violated that 26 senator rule multiple times throughout the year. Not even through our own faults, but just because of the circumstances. Past Senates have done so. So we're violating it right now. So like it or not, that is just a reality. And I'm not sure why it should matter anymore now. Hopefully the proportionality referendum will fix that problem. We'll have to wait and see. And no offense to anyone when I say this, I question how representative you can be if you're getting only 1 or 2 votes in the election. I mean, as Senator Anderson brought up, some people get written in as jokes. I mean, I got written in, I think, for 1 or 2 executive positions I wasn't even running for, by, friends of mine who thought it'd be funny. And so I think at the end of the day, putting a threshold and saying you have to have at least some kind of, I actually think the threshold should have been higher, but that's just my personal opinion. But I think having a threshold is important. I don't think we should overturn the decision of the Elections Committee, and I commend them for their decisive action and insight.
This is Manager Parsons.
Yes, I do want to touch on just one point. So I know that as the Senate, we do have the power to overturn, committees' decisions. However, I do think Elections Committee is kind of its own unique thing. I think just kind of the way it's laid out, of having folks who aren't running for positions make up its body, it is kind of removed. And I'm only worried with having the Senate overturn that committee's decision would just be that there could be biasing from just our Senate, just because there are some different, we're kind of siphoned off from each other. So I just wouldn't really want to mix the two. And I think that a Constitutional Review Board is just the appropriate process in order to resolve this issue, just so that, the Senate doesn't have to fulfill that role.
President Belcher.
Senator Anderson, would you yield to a question?
Sure.
Should the threshold for Elections Committee be changed to allow people with 3 write-in votes to hold a Senate seat? Would you be eligible for a Senate seat?
I have no idea, because they didn't release anybody lower than 4.
Okay, Senator Johnston.
All right, so Article 7, Section 4, subsection A reads, the Senate will be composed of 26 candidates who receive the largest number of votes in the ASUM general election. We have not, as our current Senate, we have not violated that. This would be the first, we've done it now as we have not filled it. So I would highly, highly encourage the body to vote yes on this so we can follow our Constitution, or else there is no need to have governing documents if we're not going to follow them. So I would strongly, strongly encourage the body to vote yes on this, or to come up with a better reasoning to not do it. Because right now, everybody who votes no is willingly voting against the Constitution. So please take that into account. Thank you.
Terrell.
Yeah, just one final point that was brought up. Am I on mute? No, I'm one final point that was brought up. I don't know how we would resolve this in the event there were several ties between some, a bunch of people who had 3 votes or 4 votes or whatever. I don't know how you would go about resolving that in an equitable way. If you just did it in a random order, that wouldn't be fair. I don't see how a special election is going to work out at all. And so I think it would just be better to stick with the threshold, because I think that would end up being the most equitable way to deal with this problem. It is a problem. And just one final point, I think while we do have the power to overturn committees' decisions or to go against their insight, I think we should remember that it's important to respect our committees because we have them for a reason. And so I think it's important to respect their decisions. I mean, I've seen this year we've gone against committees' decisions several times in a completely disrespectful way, not to mention. And so I think it's important to remember that and keep that in mind. And as the business manager said, I think elections committee is kind of in its own little sphere, and I think they have an important job to do that we're overlooking.
I'm going to read my speakers list and cap it. I got Glucker and Johnston on, and I'm going to count down from 10 seconds, 2 times. So if you want to go on the speakers list, please text me. I got Senator Glucker.
Yeah. Like I said previously, I was a big advocate for putting more people on Senate. However, I am going to vote no to this just because I do think that this is something for the Constitutional Review Board to have that discussion, since this was something that was so, no one, we really didn't get that input really from anyone. And so I think that this is important to have seen. And I agree that it should be filled, but I don't agree that we should be the ones overturning this decision.
Johnson.
Sweet. I'll try to be short and quick. Like I said, we're going to violate the Constitution if we vote no on this. I would highly, highly implore others to think about the reasoning. If it's that you don't want to intermingle this year's Senate with next year's Senate, I mean, I don't know what the solution is, and I'm not claiming to know what the solution is, but I think that just saying no and kicking it down to next year's Senate is a little bit disrespectful to next year's Senate, and it's, creating other headaches of, well, you're violating the Constitution now, what doesn't get violated, and I hate that argument of the snowball, but it kind of is the snowball. It's what does stop and what doesn't stop. Who's to say that the cutoff for next year is 100 votes? Who's to say? Not that I like this argument, and I really feel gross about using it. It's why are we using this 4-person argument when what's the difference between 4 votes and 3 votes? Genuinely, what's the difference? If I know we can't get it now, but I don't know what the difference is between 4 and 3 votes. It is minuscule. So please vote yes on that.
All right, that is the end of my speakers list, and since it's capped, you can no longer get on it. We will be doing a roll call vote on this motion. We will not be doing a whole vote. So Secretary Shelver, can you please take a roll call vote? It is a 2/3 vote. Hold on, I'll recognize you in a bit, Senator Terrell. It is a 2/3 vote to overturn the decision of the Elections Committee. If you vote yes, you are overturning the decision and you are getting rid of the vote threshold. If you vote no, you are not getting rid of the vote threshold and keeping it there, and it has the potential to go to the CRB. Secretary Shelver, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Borgasani?
Yes.
Senator Bowles?
Yes.
Senator Corkish?
Abstain.
Senator Donnell?
No.
Senator Flanagan?
Abstain.
Okay, Senator Gluckert, or Senator Fulton, excuse me.
Yes.
Senator Gluckert?
No.
Senator Gregory?
No.
Senator Hahn?
Yes.
Senator Jimmy?
Yes.
Senator Johnston?
Yes.
Senator Kiefert?
Yes.
Senator Medina?
No.
Senator Nelson?
Yes.
Senator Ream?
Abstain.
Senator Rink?
Pass.
Senator Tarallo?
No.
Senator Anderson?
Abstain.
Senator Rink?
Senator Rink, gotta vote now.
Yeah.
Vote
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
no. Business Manager Parsons?
No.
President Belcher?
Abstain.
The yeses have it 9 to 6 to 5.
Okay, so that decision is not overturned because the amount of no votes did not exceed the amount of yes votes by 2 times, which that would qualify for the 2/3 vote. So the decision of the elections committee remains stood by the ASUM Senate. If you have any questions, feel free to message me and I can answer them for you. Any more committee reports? I still have not capped that speakers list. Last call. All right, seeing none, we will now go into Senate Bill 74, resolution amending the ASUM bylaws to address executive candidates' appearances within ASUM promotional materials. Senator Gluckert, Senator Corkus, which one of you would like it first?
Orkish.
Go ahead, Corkish.
Okay, so we kind of discussed this last meeting, but I just want to remind everyone of why we wanted to bring this up. This has kind of been an issue. Oops, sorry. This has kind of been an issue in the past where grievances have been made about certain senators showing up who are chairing specifically marketing and outreach that are showing up in a lot of videos, a lot of Instagram posts, what have you. And sort of to kind of avoid appearing as though ASUM is giving any extra support or any sort of endorsement to executive candidates, we decided to write up this resolution. I would encourage someone from RNA to kind of bring up what was discussed in that committee, because I think that there were a lot of potential amendments that I would be happy to see, because there were definitely things that I think Senator Glucker would agree with me that we didn't think of before, just in case I have some language, but I think it might be better coming from the people whose ideas it was. So yeah, and Senator Glucker, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have much to add, other than we just wanted to leave elections kind of in a better place, kind of than we came into it. Elections was honestly a very hard committee to sit on. It was really worth it. I learned a lot, but there are a lot of things in the bylaws that need editing and need updates. And since a lot of the time only seniors who are graduating sit on elections, or people who are not running, those typically do not get made. Me and Senator Corkish did not have the time to go through all of the elections bylaws, so we chose something that was kind of pertinent or prevalent in past years. And I guess I just want to include that Shane, who is the chair of elections, wrote that public comment tonight, if you don't connect the two. And so he's a big supporter of this, and we did take this to our elections committee and talk about this. So I would agree that with Senator Corkish as well, that there were concerns that we didn't even think about brought up in RNA, and I would love some amendments to make this a stronger resolution.
First on my speakers list, I have Terrell.
Yeah, so I'm against this resolution. I think, first of all, just as a general thing, I think our elections bylaws are already restrictive enough as it is. This is just the reality that we live in, is that, sometimes you'll have representatives, doing marketing material that's also that coincides with them running for an executive position. Some discussions were brought up by certain senators, and I'll allow them to speak for themselves. But in RNA, discussions were brought up about how, there are certain senators who were crucial to the passing of the referendums, of the constitutional referendums, who sat on the constitutional ad hoc committee and such, and so had a lot to say about those referendums. And had they been running for an executive position, under this framework, they wouldn't have been able to speak on it at all in any sort of promotional material. It's clear that appearing in a promotional material wouldn't be ASUM endorsing any sort of candidate. And so I think the pretense that this resolution is operating under is false. And I would urge you all to vote this down, because I think candidates and executives and whatnot should be able to operate as they please in respect to these situations.
Nelson.
I agree with a lot of what was just said. I have a couple hypotheticals that I wanted to propose that I think make this resolution really difficult for me to support. For one, I personally worked really hard along with other people on a number of issues that appeared on the ballot. Obviously the constitutional referendum being one, and the sustainability fee initiative being the other with Senator Johnston. So say for instance, I had decided to run for an ASUM executive position. And this is something that we had considered making a video for the sustainability fee. If I was running for an executive and this piece of legislation was in place, then the video that I would have made and worked really hard on, having been an author of, the sustainability fee initiative in particular, and having so much passion and drive to get that through, my face and my voice couldn't have been included when it could have been critical to getting it passed, that sort of energy and that sort of drive to get it done. The arguments by the authors is that it can be passed on to other senators or other people, but fundamentally, I don't want to trust other people with the work that I've been doing potentially for a year or more, when I know that I'm the one that really cares about it and is really driven. Another hypothetical that I have to propose is that in the past we've had ASUM executives run for the same position twice, and often it is the role of ASUM executives to push through huge pieces of legislation or issues that are on the ballot, for instance, fee initiatives. And if the executives decided to push it through for any given reason, say there's budget deficits or any sort of issue that's pertinent and pressing, something that they've been dealing with on the front lines for an entire year, their faces couldn't appear in videos. And they're the student body president, vice president, or business manager of our entire student population. They're the people that are supposed to represent our best interests and best understand the issues at hand and be able to convey those to students. And simply passing that on to another senator that might not have been spending as long working on those issues or understanding those issues, personally to me seems really not very smart. And fundamentally, I'm opposed to this resolution because I really think it weakens our ability as a student government to get important information out there and to advocate effectively for students. I think by removing senators that have been working really hard on any number of issues, whether they're on the ballot or not, weakens our ability to advocate for students. And also, I think the issues and concerns that are being referenced, and I won't reference them specifically, were ultimately debunked. The people, and I think the area and issue where this arose from didn't even come to fruition, as the people that I think this is referencing didn't even necessarily win the election. And so I just think that this is a really controlling piece of legislation that ultimately weakens us in the end. Though I am appreciative of what this resolution is trying to do, I just don't think it's the right way to do it. So I'm going to be voting no, and I would encourage you to do the same.
President Belcher.
Yeah, so I appreciate the time and effort that went into this resolution, but I have a few problems with it. First of all, technically it would prevent ASUM from using the candidates to promote the election, which historically they have done by posting images of the candidates doing things with equal amounts of time, of course, to the social media pages to encourage people to vote and share what was going on, especially when we had in-person campaigning activities. And I think that's really important. I don't think it was the intention of anyone who wrote this resolution to prohibit that activity, but technically under the language that is written, that sort of activity would be prohibited. Additionally, I'm just going to say from experience, I thought it was really important that we made a video for the ASUM fee referenda, and it was like pulling teeth to get the senators to submit any sort of video to me to use. And if people who weren't running weren't allowed to submit video, it would have been a video of me and Senator Durnell. And I don't think that would have been very productive or engaging. I also think too, part of what makes executive candidates is that they have experience in ASUM and already hold positions that make them qualified to hold an executive position. And limiting their ability to do the role that they're in would just be really detrimental to the organization, and we would lose a lot of manpower and ability to get things done under this sort of policy. And then I guess just the last thing that I would like to share about this is to sort of echo previous sentiments. I'm not sure that this situation has ever had as much of an influence As anyone's thought, this year is not the first year something like this has been brought up with people appearing in ASUM materials, even around the election. Everyone on Senate gets featured as much as they want to get featured. It's kind of a voluntary situation, and anyone can submit anything they want to Today. Anyone can be on the ASUM Instagram for doing any kind of activity. It's not like there's a process to go through or anyone has an unfair advantage in accessing those things. So I really don't think it's quite as effective to get on these sort of platforms as people are thinking it is when it comes to winning an election.
Langan.
Yeah, I'm going to be probably kind of in the minority here, but I am in favor of this resolution. I want to thank the authors for writing it because of how I think it clears up something that a lot of people have been concerned about, at least during my time on ASUM. This has been something that I've seen a large point of discussion be on for a large amount of candidates, as well as just unsureness on how to really move forward with a policy like this. It's kind of just been an unspoken rule and led to, as the resolution states, people stepping down from committee positions, which I think that in itself can be detrimental to our the well-being of our assembly. And I'd much rather see a rule like this placed into our bylaws to avoid people stepping down from those positions, and so that we can continue forth with the work that we all feel is important. I think that a lot of the concern is coming with the actual language of the therefore statement rather than what this is accomplishing. And I think that we would be much better off if we were to compromise, go into the therefore statement and amend it to have it sort of address the concerns that people have while also avoiding the problems that the dissidents of this resolution are presenting.
Ronell.
Yeah, well, initially I was going to speak on behalf of the Relations Affairs Committee and some of the amendments they brought up, but really they were, those concerns were kind of outlined really well in previous discussion. I was going to ask for anyone on the Elections Committee, is there anything in the bylaws, the election bylaws, that currently dictates whether, or dictates someone's chairship on a committee when they're running for a candidate position?
Anyone on elections want to answer that? Just unmute your mic.
Not that I can immediately recall, and I've probably read them like hundreds of times, so.
Yeah, no, there's not stuff in the bylaws that say you have to step down from a chair of a committee. It has just been typically chairs of like M&O have been asked to step down. And that was kind of like thrown around as a short idea as well of, well, if you're running for a position, an executive position, you just can't be a chair. But it seems like this was more popular among people I had talked to, and so that's kind of why we wrote this one instead of that.
Yeah, I have a follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess one of my major concerns is making sure that that kind of informal precedence that happens now can be delineated in the bylaws in the future. And it was something I considered amending with this resolution. However, I think it kind of goes a little too far-fetched from what this resolution is trying to achieve. And it would be kind of a substantial amendment that would require a lot more whereas clauses. So I guess I'm really excited to see that the elections is maybe planning on meeting sooner in the year and whatnot, and trying to update their bylaws and stuff. And initially I was well in favor of this, but I think after hearing some of the discussion tonight, I'll be voting no on it. Again, though, I think the chairship is something that we can like discuss further as a Senate body, and I think resolutions similar to this that are maybe just constructed with a little bit more time and thought into this is going to be a little bit more effective.
Business Manager Parsons.
Yield.
Senator Kiefer.
All right. So I was originally in favor of this a few weeks ago. As of now, however, and hearing arguments from President Belcher and Senator Nelson, I strongly agree with both of their views. Additionally, I truly think that this resolution is a violation of freedom of speech in the First Amendment, and I strongly encourage the Senate to vote this down.
Johnston.
All right. I just wanted to say that theoretically, if President Belcher were to run again as an executive, let's say hypothetically for Vice President Hanley's future position, she couldn't have appeared in that video. So then hypothetically, it would have only been Senator Janelle. Not to say that Senator Janelle wouldn't bring in votes, but I think only one voice is not enough to show the whole Senate behind the vote. So I would highly encourage a vote no on this resolution.
Business manager race between President Belcher and I sure would have been interesting. Senator Ream.
Yield.
Senator Flanagan.
One point that I wanted to bring up that I forgot to when I last spoke was that I think the value of written statements is sort of being left out here. I think a written statement is a very valuable piece of marketing that can still be used under the purview of this resolution. That was actually an amendment that I attempted to make an RNA and failed. And in doing so, I do realize how written sort of promotional material for ASUM can be important and can sort of be used under this sort of amendment to our bylaws. As such, I think that we can really take that into consideration to address a lot of the concerns that are coming up. When we look at one example that's coming up is the sustainability fee. And I think that the sustainability fee got a lot of support, got the most yes votes on any of the referenda, and there were no videos made about it, as far as I understand. I don't know if there was pictures about it. Maybe there was pictures made about it with ASUM executives having their likeness in these pictures, or executive candidates having their likeness in these pictures. But I think that what people are concerned about can be accomplished through a written statement just as effectively. And I guess I would urge you all to vote yes on this. However, I realize I may be in the minority in that opinion.
Luker.
Yeah, hi again. Tired of hearing from me tonight yet? I'm still going to encourage people to vote yes on this. I really thank everyone for bringing their concerns about this resolution. And I wish that Senator Corkish and I had kind of that time and ability to write maybe a different resolution to address all of those kind of concerns. But at last, the year has ended. And I understand that this will probably not pass tonight, but I guess as we're sitting on here, as we're sitting with the future Senate, I'm just going to again encourage everyone to look over these bylaws and really update them and look at those things that happened maybe this year and past years and find those things that need updating. And I think that something in the realm of this resolution needs to be written, and maybe not this exact resolution, but it was a start.
Flanagan.
Hey y'all, I'm sure VP Hanley's getting tired of me texting the messes, but just one last thought that came to my mind. We're talking a lot of discussion, there's a lot of discussion about the video that was made for the ASUM fee, and how if this bylaw were in place, then there would be a lot of there would only be one senator on there, and there would only be the one senator endorsing the ASUM fee. And I think that this is not necessarily an issue with this resolution, but more it's an issue with getting senators to sort of step up. I know somebody used the analogy of how it's like pulling teeth to get senators to be on this video. I think that that's more of an issue of trying to engage the senators and get them to sort of give their opinion on the endorsement rather than an issue with candidates being the only people that are willing to talk about the fee.
All right, it seems like the discussion is going circular, so I'm going to cap the speakers list. I'll give you 10 seconds to get on if you want. But currently right now I have Johnson, Terrell. Again, I'll do like the 10-second countdown, whatever thing, and then I'll cap it. So Senator Johnson. Johnson.
All right, I will. Oh, sorry about that. I'll make this quick and short. It's really hard to find other people that are as driven about something as you are. So, in instance, let's use ASUM sustainability fee. Senator Nelson and I worked extremely hard, and I won't even take credit. It was Senator Nelson. Senator Nelson worked extremely hard on that resolution. However, it is hard. It potentially could have been hard to find other senators that would be willing to put in as much time and effort to make a video, to make flyers, to put their face on maybe something that was a controversial ballot initiative. So it is hard. Furthermore, I really do understand that, like, usually people that are striving, usually senators that are striving to be executives are driven, smart senators. Not to say the other senators are not, but usually those ones are pretty driven and pretty well, versed on how the Senate goes. And so if they're the ones that are writing ballot initiatives and putting those ones out there, if they can't put their face on the ballot initiative that they've spent 6 months, 8 months, a year on, I really think that not only weakens the future ballot initiatives, I think it weakens how you're going to have senators, because I know in my instance, I would have rather had ASUM sustainability, like that fee, become mandatory than run for president or business manager. And so I would highly, highly encourage senators that are maybe on the fence to consider that before they vote yes.
Rollo.
Yeah, as a final, kind of statement, there, regardless of what the problem was, whether it was getting senators, whether it was senators weren't as energized or interested in making promotional videos or whatever the problem was, the fact of the matter is that was a reality, and you have to take that into account. You can't ignore that. Furthermore, I think, as previous senators have said, there were certain members on this body that cared more, about certain referendums than anybody else did, and they should absolutely have the right to speak on them, regardless of what position they're in or what position they want to go for. There were a few referendums and the fees that I was against, but I wouldn't for a minute want to restrict anybody from talking about them if they were so passionate on them. So please vote this resolution down.
Rink.
As a sponsor of this resolution, I didn't consider some of the hypothetical situations, especially the ones Nelson brought forth, but I still am in agreement with the sentiments behind this resolution. And I do think that if you are a candidate, there are other means to get your voice heard than just the ASUM platforms. The election cycle is really short. It's only a couple of weeks, and getting on the election or getting on the ASUM social medias is just only one of many ways to be heard by the students. But at the same time, I will just kind of generally encourage next year's Senate to, well, first, we have a whole nother year until the elections. Luckily, they're not happening again right in the fall. So I would really encourage, if you vote this yes or no, but if you're serving in the fall, that I think there are valid sentiments here. And I think it'd be great if someone would pick this resolution up and make it clear and make it passable, because I do think there are valid points to be had. Feel free to message me. I will be happily take this on with you. Lastly, I would like a follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I move to spell my last name right in line 7? R-I.
Second.
Okay.
There's been a motion by Senator Rink to spell Rink, R-I-N-C-K. It's been moved by Senator Rink, seconded by Senator Terrell. Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Great, seeing none, that amendment is adopted. Next on my speakers list, I have Senator Corkish.
Yeah, sorry. So I understand that this probably isn't going to pass, RIP, but I I just want to try to add an amendment because I want it to be taken down in the minutes so that if anyone does take this up in the future, I can get my last little bit of sense in.
Would you like to follow up, Senator Corkish?
I was about to ask for one.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. I move to add at the end of announcements on line 35. Ba-dum-ba-bum. Hold on, I typed this up. Exemptions may be given by the joint discretion of the vice president and chair of elections.
Second.
And I can send this to.
Sorry. Exemption may be given by the joint discretion of the ASUM vice president and the chair of elections committee.
Yeah.
Okay, there's been a motion by Senator Corkish to add after line 35, exemptions may be given by the joint discretion of the ASUM vice president and chair of elections committee. It's been moved by Senator Corkish, seconded by Senator Gluckert. Senator Corkish, your authorship.
Yeah, so I just, I know that this doesn't address all of the concerns that were brought up, and honestly, I can't think of ways to address all of them. This is just one way that I thought could address the problem of executives who are running for another executive position. I understand that if the vice president is running for something, maybe they shouldn't be a part of that decision. So I would be willing to like give that up. I just also was wary of giving the decision only to elections. So that's why I made that decision there.
Terrell, by the way, this is an amendment, so this is a new speakers list.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Senator Corkish for trying to take into consideration the concerns. I know it's not easy. That being said, I am against it. I mean, frankly, if you're going to have a loophole like this, then there's no point in having the rule to begin with. Also, keep in mind, if there's a situation where for instance, the ASUM vice president, who would have the power to exempt in this amendment, what if there's a conflict of interest with them? It'd be hard to kind of delineate this between who would kind of check and balance them. And so I just don't think this amendment actually helps anything, and I still will vote this resolution down, and I will vote the amendment down. But I thank Senator Corkish for trying to, amend the resolution in some way that was liked by the dissenters.
Just a reminder to please keep your discussion on this speakers list relevant to the amendment. Any more discussion on the amendment? Well, last call. I'll do a countdown again. Oh, Flanagan.
I'll keep it short. In favor of it. Made sense. Pass it.
All right, I'll count down the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 5. All right, seeing no more discussion, I'll do a placard vote on whether to accept this amendment. Give me a second to pull this up here. And please vote. Just a reminder, if you're not a voting member, please do not vote. There still needs to be a few more people to vote. All right, 5 more seconds. Great, the amendment fails by a vote of 8 to 10 to 2. Back on my main speakers list, and the last speaker on this resolution is Senator Kiefer.
Hello again. All right. Before I start off, I want to say I do appreciate the work of Elections Committee, not just on this, but throughout the semester. It has not been an easy job, and I understand that, and it's been a very stressful year to add on to that. That said, with this resolution in particular, I am not usually one to harp on free speech or the First Amendment, but I truly believe this is a violation of that. We should not be in the business of restricting the freedom of speech or the freedom of expression of our students. And while I agree that, yes, we have another year to work on this, that actually means that we should scrap this and start again. Again, I really appreciate the work that was put onto this, but it is clear that there's other work that needs to be done, and we didn't have a lot of time to really have longer discussion as a body about what changes we want to be made to elections. And I think just having this one change without a larger sweep of what we want to do with elections isn't great. So this is what I will be ending with. Don't limit the expression of our students who put a lot of work and effort into the work that they do here. And please vote this down.
Right, that is the end of my speakers list, and since it was Kat, no one else can get on it. We'll now go into a roll call vote on Senate Bill 54, resolution amending the ASUM bylaws to address executive candidate appearances within ASUM promotional materials. Secretary Shovel, will you please take the roll call vote?
Bill 74, correct?
Yep, Senate Bill 74.
Cool. Senator Reen.
No.
Senator Rink.
Yes.
Senator Tarallo.
No.
Senator Anderson.
Abstain.
By the way, Secretary Shovel, can you pause 1 second? I forgot to mention it's a 2/3 vote to pass since it's an amendment to bylaws. Please continue.
Okay. Senator Borgasani.
Yes.
Senator Bowles.
She passed.
Yes.
Oh, she said yes.
Senator Corkish.
Yes.
Senator Durnell.
No.
Did a no?
I believe you said no.
Okay.
No. Sorry.
Senator Flanagan.
Yes.
Senator Fulton.
No.
Senator Glukert.
Yes.
Senator Gregory.
Abstain.
Senator Hahn.
No.
Senator Jimmy.
No.
Senator Johnston.
No.
Senator Kiefer.
Nope.
Senator Medina.
Nope.
Senator Nelson.
No.
Senator Rink.
I think I already voted, but I voted yes.
I thought you said pass. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Secretary Shelver, can you please go back to Senator Bowles?
Yes.
Sorry.
She said. I thought she said yes, but
I meant to
Senator
say no, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'll allow the change in vote.
Cool. Business Manager Parsons.
No.
President Belcher.
No.
The noes have it 5 to 13 to 2.
All right, what was the vote count again? I'd missed up.
Vote fails 5 to 13 to 2.
Sweet, thank you. All right, so Senate Bill 74 fails on a vote count of 5 to 13 to 2, which leads us into Senate Bill 75, resolution supporting the creation of transitional housing units for survivors of domestic or sexual violence at the University of Montana. Senator Anderson, do you have your authorship?
Yeah, so this is a project of mine that I've been working on for the past year and a half, 2 years. This would be ASUM supporting the creation of these units in UM housing. It's pretty straightforward. College-aged females in particular face a very high rate of domestic violence and sexual assault. Without transitional housing units, often abuse victims, survivors will go back to their abuser, citing economic reasons, fear of shelters, their kids, their pets, like there's a laundry list of things, because they can't find adequate housing. So this would be temporary shelter for students, not community members, just students, so that they could get away from the informal method they've been using for the past year or so, well, I guess 2 years, and get to a more formalized system where they could have increased education, increased training, and an increased safety plan in place for survivors, so that if for some reason an abuser finds out where the survivor is staying, the UMPD is also prepared, because domestic violence calls are historically the most dangerous calls that police can respond to. So yeah, I hope you guys have asked me questions if you have them, and I'll yield to everything.
First on my speakers list, I have Senator Durnell.
In line 12, I move to amend drive to driven.
There's been a motion by Senator Durnell to change the word drive to driven. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Anderson.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Great. Seeing none, that amendment is adopted. Senator Durnell, would you like a follow-up?
Yes, in line 17, I moved to change has to have.
There's been a motion by Senator Durnell to change the word has and have in line 17. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second, unanimous.
Seconded by Business Manager Parsons, and unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? All right, seeing none, that amendment is adopted. By the way, just as a reminder for discussion or objection, you can just unmute yourself. Next on my speakers list, I have Business Manager Parsons.
Yeah, so I think this is a really great resolution. I think this is something that we should support, and I think this is the appropriate manner in which to do it. That said, Senator Anderson, would you yield to a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was hoping you could just touch on maybe, so the informal housing process you touched on before, was that open to both students and non-students?
Not to my knowledge, it was mostly just students. Basically the process was they would go to SARC, express need for emergency housing. The then director of SARC would call the director of housing and see if they had apartments available, and then they'd set them up, and then they'd either put them in there long-term where they were paying rent, or that student will move out, but that creates a lot of issues. So this is just trying to formalize that process.
Okay. May I have a follow-up, Vice President Hanley?
Yes, you can.
Okay, Senator Anderson, so with the language that is here right now, would you only want students to be able to utilize this service, or would you want to broaden it?
No, only students.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on Senate Bill 75? Senator Flanagan.
Yeah, I also think this is a really great resolution. I think it's addressing a very big problem. That being said, Senator Anderson will yield to a question.
Yes.
With the whereas clause on line 52, it mentions pets being an issue to an extent. I was just curious with the transitional housing being in some of the areas you mentioned in committee, would these areas be allowing pets? Because I know historically they haven't been very pet friendly, but I understand why they would be in the event of transitional housing.
Yeah, so prior to COVID, Housing was actually going to open and or were planning to open like student housing that allowed pets, that were pet friendly. So they're very open to the idea. Additionally, even in the apartments where you're not supposed to have pets, you can get some sort of documentation saying that the pet needs to be there. So I'm sure, like, I have no doubt that Housing would be willing to work with survivors for this specific issue.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on Senate Bill 75? Senator Terrell.
Senator Anderson will yield to the question.
Yes.
In committee, you and I discussed exactly where this would go, and I believe you talked about some of the housing, housing buildings are underused. What would what would happen in the scenario that they increase the amount of students who want to use those housing facilities? What would happen to this transitional housing? I wouldn't want to see it get pushed out or anything or whatnot. So I guess what would be the contingency for that sort of scenario?
You mean if Housing thought?
Sorry?
You mean if like Housing was at capacity?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this would, like the way the plan is supposed to work now is this would ensure that at least 3 apartments would be left open, like either via like for maintenance, like they'd be left open so they wouldn't be rented out by Housing. So this is also another benefit of this formalized system, because informally, that's not a thing. If you formalize this process, it would require Housing to keep those units open so that students could still access those services even if they were technically at capacity, if that makes sense. Like they're required.
Okay. All right. Just as a reminder, senators, you don't have to ask other people to yield to questions. You can just ask them a question. Any more discussion?
Hey, Senator Anderson?
Senator Hahn, would you like to get on the speakers list?
I'm sorry, yes, please.
Okay. Senator Hahn.
Would this establish consistent units? My fear is just anonymity. If these are like dedicated units that people know are used for domestic violence victims, that their abusers could find them.
So these units would be transferred every year. So they're not the same unit being used every single time. In addition, if like if there was an incident at the apartment where the abuser found the victim, housing would then, like there's a stipulation in the prepared plan that we had, where they would move that location to a different one for safety reasons, especially if the survivor has to stay in the house or in the apartment, to mitigate any sort of potential for safety issues.
Any more discussion? Let's call for discussion. Great, seeing none, we'll now enter into a roll call vote into Senate Bill 75, resolution supporting the creation of transitional housing units for survivors of domestic or sexual violence at the University of Montana. Secretary Shelver, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Medina.
Yeah.
Senator Nelson.
Yes.
Senator Ream.
Yes.
Senator Rink.
Yes.
Senator Tarallo.
Yes.
Senator Anderson.
Abstain.
Senator Borgasani.
Yes.
Senator Bowles.
Yes.
Senator Corkish.
Yes.
Senator Donnell.
Yes.
Senator Flanagan.
Yes.
Senator Fulton.
Yes.
Senator Glukert.
Yes.
Senator Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Hahn.
Yes.
Senator Jimmy.
Yes.
Senator Johnston.
Yes.
Senator Kiefer.
Yes.
Business Manager Parsons.
Yep.
President Belcher.
Yes.
19 to 0 to 1 is the total.
Senate Bill 75 is passed 19 to 0 to 1, which now moves us into the last resolution of the night. Senate Bill 77. Resolution establishing a memorandum of understanding between ASUM and Montana Model United Nations. Senator Gregory, your authorship.
Yeah, hey everyone. I apologize for my internet. It's kind of freaking out again, so my image isn't there, but I'll speak a little bit on the authorship then. So this MOU is kind of one of my semester projects that I was working on with this student group in ASUM, and I'm finally glad that it's able to be seen by the floor. And I apologize for the length of the authorship because I want to address some concerns that were brought up throughout this lengthy process. So I know that during the last Senate meeting, we discussed one avenue of recognition reform, and I'm glad that we can look at another through exploring an MOU or a memorandum of understanding between ASUM and specific groups whose policies fall in the gray zone of ASUM guidelines. So I recognize that, it might not be the perfect fix to this process, but what I'm hoping for is a robust discussion of the benefits and detriments of an individualized agreement for specific student groups instead of, kind of a one-size-fits-all policy. So this is a resolution creating the MOU between ASUM and the student group Montana Model UN that I was told existed for years, but in reality it does not. So this resolution stems from the partial funding between MUN and the Political Science Department and kind of the history of accepting only students into the class, or accepting students only into the student group who were enrolled in the class that the Political Science Department has in the fall. And this tension has caused, repeat controversy for many years, going as far as almost derecognition and account funds almost being frozen throughout my entire 3 years of being a part of the student group and its executive leadership. So many provisions that MUN has been operating under have been left up to the discretion of each individual business manager and how each of them interpret fiscal policy and how they've gone about guiding this student group on what can and can't be funded. And it has changed with each 3 business managers that I've seen. And this is a very dangerous kind of precedent for Model UN because no precedent has ever been established on what can be funded or financially requested from ASUM. So it is very difficult to establish and maintain a budget as a student group when there's really no guidance on what can and cannot be funded. So recently, Model UN amended its constitution to align more closely with ASUM bylaws in terms of membership and fiscal policy, as stipulated in all the whereas clauses that you all can see and read. And these are to address some of the concerns that were brought up in the past with this student group. And the therefore clauses stipulate what shall be required on both MUN and ASUM going forward for transparency purposes. And so we're all on the same page. And I talked with President Belcher a little bit while writing this MOU, and if passed by the ASUM Senate tonight, Lou and I will work to draft an official legal MOU that will be presented to the ASUM Senate. But before we begin this discussion, I want to highlight some of the concerns that were presented to me during Relations and Affairs and board member organizations. I was unable to be there for Board on Budget and Finance, but if there were additional concerns, I'd love to hear them before this document reached the floor. Firstly, I want to state, in the strongest terms possible, that the faculty advisor for this club does not choose who will attend the Spring New York Conference, nor do they choose so based on grades or academic performance. The team president is solely responsible for making that decision, but they do consult the faculty advisor in that process, which can include their academic performance, but that decision is not based on how they performed in that optional fall class that the political science department offers. Additionally, I would like to address the sentiments that an MOU creates favoritism with a certain student group over others. In my opinion, it doesn't, because it's finding a way through a problem instead of looking for ways around them. So an MOU can be a quick document that BNF, RNA, or board of member organizations sees on matters that concern Model UN and is kind of shelved when it comes to other matters. One concern is that senators will have to memorize too many MOUs. That was something that was brought up in BOMO, but that really isn't the case because it can be a quick, short document that can only be accessed when matters pertain to Model UN. I don't really see this as a strenuous issue for people having to memorize too many of these short documents that we have with individual student groups. And in regards to favoritism, I don't really think it shows favoritism because some groups do fall within ASUM protocols, and it shows that we are reaching out and are able to work with groups who otherwise might not always fit those policies, such as Montana Model United Nations. Lastly, to kind of wrap this all up, one concern raised in BOMO is that this resolution won't do anything because the MUN Constitution has already been changed. However, there's still significant discretion when it comes to budgeting on what can and cannot be funded, and creating that MOU, I was told, as a former team president, existed, when in reality it doesn't. It would create a precedent and a baseline for this specific student group's executive leadership to operate off of going forward. So those are just a couple of the concerns that I want to highlight before this discussion begins, to clear up any confusion or misinterpretation before we get into this discussion. But if you have any questions, about Model UN, the revisions, how the club operates, feel free to ask myself or Senator Nelson. So I want to thank everyone, and I'm looking forward to a robust discussion on MOUs, their effectiveness, and ability to be utilized during the recognition and budgeting process.
Great. First on my speakers list, I have Senator Torello.
Yeah, I'd like to first thank the author of the resolution. I think this is a really good step in the right direction on addressing all of the concerns we've had about student groups and co-curricular groups and inclusivity and budgeting and yada, yada, yada. You are all there. You know what I'm talking about. I urge you to vote yes for the creation of this MOU. I think it's a really good step in the right direction that addresses a problem for student groups and budgeting in ASUM. So please vote yes.
Flanagan.
Yeah, I wanted to address the concern of multiple groups having MOUs before it comes up, because it's a concern that I fundamentally disagree with. The idea that just by having one concern, just by having one MOU with a group, we're magically going to have 30 more MOUs, I think is one that's very illogical. It's literally the logical fallacy of a slippery slope, which is, and as it said, it's a logical fallacy. And as such, I don't think it's something we should be considering. If we were to see more MOUs, we still have to vote on them, and it still has to be on the initiative of the student group as well as ourselves to see these MOUs. So there's not necessarily going to be a slippery slope that people are afraid of. So I really would urge all of the Senate not to take that into consideration when voting on this. Moreover, I think this resolution fixes and addresses a lot of the concerns that we have had with MUN in the past. Personally, I've seen MUN, for lack of better terms, almost demonized for how they interact with ASUM policy, and it's even something I have taken part in harping on on MUN. And I think that this resolution would really better our relationship between MUN and ASUM. And I think that it would definitely address the concerns that have been brought up against MUN for at least my entire time on Senate. And that's something we should definitely be striving for.
Fulton.
Hi, everybody. So I'm probably the minority out on this, but I have a few points I want to bring up. So in BOMO, one of our SALs, Annabelle Smith, went to Model United Nations and went to, she partaked in the class and she was a part of the team. And then she was admitted into law school. She went back to the advisor and asked other members of the team if she could still participate in Model United Nations, and she was told no because she was going to be a graduate law student. I also want to bring up a student named Matt who goes to West Campus, and he was a part of Model United Nations in high school in Boston. He was told he could not be a part of this team because he's a West Campus student. And these are all things that happened this year. There's a person on this body right now who is supposed to go on the New York trip that is referenced in this.
Okay, so I'm going to call decorum on that, Senator Fulton. Just, okay.
Okay.
Please continue.
Well, I also want to bring up the concern of if we do this for one co-curricular group, people say that we're going to have to do this for we're going to have to do this for everything. But this gives justification for every single co-curricular group to write one of these. And I can understand why people would be like, oh, it's a quick little lookup. But this will give justification for every single co-curricular group. And I personally do not believe like this is the right way for recognition. Yes, it's one way, but honestly, it's not the right way. It's honestly kind of a cop-out. This shows that people don't want to do the work and just want to do like an easy MOU and just go for it. So I highly suggest that all of you vote no on this. Because like I said earlier, grad students aren't allowed to help out or be involved in this, and neither are apparently Missoula College students. And if we want all students to be welcome in our student groups, and that fact that they pay the fee and they were told they can't be a part of this student group, this shows that this isn't a very open student group and we shouldn't even be having this discussion or looking at this resolution, in my opinion.
President Belcher.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Senator Fulton. So thank you for raising those concerns. But I would just like to share my opinion, both generally and a little bit more specifically. I don't believe that we should be drafting MOUs with student groups to solve problems like this. The resolution's own language and some of the language used by the author kind of indicates to me that it might not fit with our policy, which in my opinion means that it may or may not be violating ASUM policy. And should a student group be violating our policy, we have procedures in place for that through Board on Budget and Finance and Board on Member Organizations. And I believe that all student groups should have to go through the same process concerning policy violations, and no specific student group should get a special document exempting them from following our policy. I just don't think this is a very good way to go about this. I think, you know, and this might be an unpopular opinion, if Model United Nations is violating our policy, maybe they shouldn't be a student group. Maybe they should be some other form of organization that will be more fruitful for them in the future. Because if they don't fit with ASUM, maybe they do fit better with the department. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. And that's not to say that Model United Nations doesn't have value. But it is to say that, you know, we shouldn't force a circle into a square here when if this is not the kind of organization that fits with our policy, I don't see how creating more policy for one organization is the correct solution here. And who knows, maybe they could go through Board on Budget and Finance and Board on Member Organizations and be found to have not violated policy and remain a student group. But we'd have to see that happen first.
Senator Johnson.
Okay, so I have several points I want to raise up. First off, I have not heard it addressed of why we're doing this. It is, to my understanding, that we are trying to put into place that the thing that we have debunked doesn't exist. I don't know why we would limit this group and limit their funding if we have found out that this limit doesn't exist. So I feel like we've freed a group from this fog, and now we're just going to throw the fog over them. I'd love to hear somebody, hopefully the author can expand on that, because that is really I can't wrap my head around that. So I'd love to hear some commentary on that. Furthermore, the group changed their constitution, to my understanding, and I I could be wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right, and I very easily could be wrong, but I think that they fall into all the buckets of being a student group as we describe them right now in our current Senate. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's about. So I think that this student group, and also this is a personal note, I don't know if we should reference this student group. It feels a little weird, just as we should keep it.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. Since the resolution is about a specific, sorry, Senator Johnson.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, Senator Johnson, I'm just going to stop you right there just for clear. I'm not calling decorum or dilatory, but you can reference a specific student group because the title of the resolution is literally Model United Nations. So I'm sorry if I interrupted you, but please continue.
Disagree with you, Vice President Hanley, but that's okay. I really do think that this student group has gone above and beyond what ASUM has asked, and then to put them in the corner and say, all right, you can't have funding for X, Y, and Z after we've discovered that they had that access to that funding, and now we're just going to essentially rip it away from them. I think that is a gross misuse of ASUM's MOU ability, and I would highly implore senators that are on the fence to reconsider voting yes, because I think this is just putting a student group in a box. Until I hear another argument that's truly not putting the student group in a box, I will be voting no, and I will be actively trying to strong arm people into voting.
Great. Mrs. Manager Parsons.
Yeah, so I did just want to kind of touch on this. This has been an issue with ASUM in the past. There has been some disagreements between this particular student group and our organization, previous officials. I want to say that's behind us, but I think this kind of necessitates more of a larger conversation. So, there has been disagreements in the past. I want to applaud both Senator Gregory and Senator Nelson for opening up the student group as leaders of this group within a separate capacity. I think that, as Senator Johnson correctly points out, they are currently in line with everything and have availability for funding. They're currently following all of our bylaws and procedures. So just kind of like the form of this, I think Senator Johnson's kind of right, it is a bit limiting for the group, but just kind of more on like an argument of consistent standard for all of our student groups. I think it's better for ASUM to have a set of guidelines and a set of bylaws for all groups to abide by so that it doesn't lead to, claims of favoritism or there's differing standards. We're in a position of power to which we can apply, I think, one objective standard to all student groups. So Senator Gregory, this is very eloquently put. This MOU is the first I've ever seen, and it is really good. But I do think that, as of right now, I don't know if there is much need for it because your group is currently in line with at least the expectations I put forward this year. You've been very compromising. We've come to agreements. I think we've made a lot of progress this year, and I want to applaud your efforts for this. But as of right now, I don't think I could in good faith support this resolution just because I think it is unnecessary at this point in time.
Darnell.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the best articulated resolutions I've seen on the floor so far. So I want to applaud the author, first of all, for the writing. It's really well put. Secondly, I do want to address some of the culture that's existed between ASUM and MUN for at least the last 3 years that I know of, which has probably been one of the grossest interactions I've seen between ASUM and the student group consistently. And that's gone like so far as to have basically senators and executives bullying the leadership of MUN to the point where they're literally crying. Some of the strongest people I know, actually, and some of the people who are working the hardest on this campus to make some effective change. I think that's just kind of ridiculous. And so when people are saying that this resolution is giving favoritism to a group, it's absolutely not giving favoritism to a group because ASUM has single-handedly taken this group out from all the other groups and treated them unfairly for so many years that there's no possible way that this resolution is treating them with more favor. This is a resolution that is trying to bring them into a more equitable stance amongst all the other student groups and how they're judged by ASUM. Because so far, ASUM's body has not been able to show that just within good character that they can treat a student group correctly or just like their peers. And then also the claim that people in Missoula College cannot be a part of MUN is a blatant lie. So please stick to the truth if you're going to formulate an argument against resolutions, because that's really the only effective way to do this on Senate. And I guess I've witnessed like personal agendas from certain senators and from certain executives in previous years against MUN, and I've seen that reflected on the floor. I do have a long history with ASUM, knowing a lot of people and being really in on the loop. I think this is a really great step in the right direction, and I know people are concerned about the precedents that an MOU is creating, but it's not necessary with every group, and you can obviously see that because other groups are not treated as dispassionately and disproportionately as MUN has been. For that reason, I'm voting yes. I'm encouraging other people to vote yes too. Simply for this student group, and not for the precedents necessarily, but because this is I think this is the right step for this student group, and I think it's going to bring some justice to how they've been treated.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a couple points. One, this is not an MOU. This is a resolution. An MOU is a legal document that would have to be drafted after, so this is not binding on anybody next year, which would be really unfortunate for us to try and pass this and then next year Senate maybe turn it down. I don't really know. In addition, I agree that it's creating an unnecessary box because MUN currently falls within all of our policies and is fine. I think that this limits them, and I don't think it does them any good. I think it does them more harm. In addition, if we want to talk about this rectifying all the wrongs that MUN has put, there are a number of student groups who could make that argument, and again, could lead to the same thing. I think it's unnecessary, I think it's unfair, and I think it very much shows favoritism to one group over the 200 plus others, some of which who don't get ASUM recognition because they don't fit into our policies or they don't fit in and align with all of our fiscal policy or whatever else. And it's absolutely starting a terrible precedent. In addition, I don't feel comfortable voting for this resolution considering there is no MOU written. There's not like a legal document attached to this that hasn't been negotiated or gone through with our ASUM legal and or the department and or the club. And so I would highly encourage everyone to vote this down. And if next year's Senate would like to create an MOU and have that go forward in there, then that should be on their Senate, not us, because this is not binding and it's not going to change anything except for make it harder for this group to get funding.
Senator Gregory.
Yes,
Gregory,
thank you. Yeah, thank you. So first, actually, I do just want to address some concerns that were brought up. I did this as a resolution specifically to hear ASUM's feedback before an MOU was discussed, because this is something that has never been done. So I thought it would be pointless to write an MOU, have it be seen by the Senate when I didn't know how ASUM would respond to an official legal binding MOU. I felt a resolution was a better format than presenting an entirely vetted MOU to the Senate body, because I wanted to hear how they were going to feel on the specific topic. And to address a latter point that was just brought up, the club did see this resolution, they did help write it, and they did vote yes to send this on to ASUM to have it be seen by all of the senators. Additionally, I want to touch on another point that was brought up and a misinterpretation that was brought up about this club. Graduate students can participate in this club, and a very profound example of this is 2 years ago, there was a graduate student, a master's student in political science and history, who attended the national conference in New York City on the travel team. So yes, the student group is inclusive to graduate students and Missoula College students, and it really kind of hurts me that it is being cast otherwise, because there has been a lot of work done to open the student group membership to everyone on campus, and I'd really like it to be regarded as such. Thank you.
President Belcher.
I just like to bring up one of the original concerns I had with this whole idea. So when I was discussing this with the author quite a few weeks ago, one of the things that I brought up was the requirement that students be enrolled in the class to be on the one Model United Nations team as opposed to the other. And I was told that the class enrollment was something that ensured that they would get funding from the department. That concerned me because I want to know what the motivation is from the side of the department to not just donate to the student group, but rather require that students have more financial hurdles to be a member by having to pay to take a course to be a member of the student group in any way. And it concerns me that the department would put that on their students. I don't know, maybe there's a really valid reason for that I don't know. But I think that's something that Board on Member Organizations and Board on Budget and Finance needs to figure out. And it shouldn't be the place of the Senate to just write an MOU without ironing out these things that gives them basically, from my perspective, a blanket exception to some of our policies.
Senator Johnston. Johnston, looks like you're muted.
Sweet. All right. I just wanted to thank the author of this resolution for clearing up that this group is inclusive. I would like to kind of build on that, on the author saying that this group is inclusive, and say that that just makes this, I think that just strengthens my argument even more of why you should vote no on this. I think that that just shows that this group has gone miles upon miles to put in effort and try to be just like any other group. And that seems like, I don't know that group and I don't have any association with that group, but I can assume that that's probably what the group wants to be, is just any other group where we view them and fund them as any other way. And so I think that this MOU puts them in a special box, so to speak, where they don't have access to certain things. And so if this group is open, which to my understanding it is, I don't know why we have to treat this group any differently. If we can, as a Senate moving forward, treat them like any other group. And I don't think that is hard to do. As we have established now, there is no MOU. There is no real fog that holds this group in. We are putting the fog around them. So I would highly, highly, highly encourage a vote no on this resolution.
Business Manager Parsons.
Yeah, that's a great point, Senator Johnston. I do just want to reiterate, it has been, there has been a lack of a consistent standard. I mean, I know this past year it was pretty rough going over some things, but I feel like we're in a good enough spot now where we're on the same page. Just this year with a lot of changes with the membership requirements, opening up, that was a good step in the right direction. Also, just with the trip as well, opening that up, I think that already puts you in compliance with all of the ASUM policies. So I do just want to reiterate the point that I don't think this resolution is necessary anymore, and that honestly, I think this MOU could actually inhibit your group from some further functions in the future as a result of your more inclusive nature.
Cool. So I will admit that a very convincing argument has been made that this resolution puts the student group back in a box, and that is, I think that in a way it certainly does. It does put the student group in a box in a way that would be more beneficial to ASUM than it would be to MUN. And that is definitely an argument that I will admit has put me up on the fence in this resolution. However, in terms of MOUs, and call this dilatory if it is, in terms of MOUs, I still stand by the importance of MOUs, and I stand by the idea that I stand by the claim that feeling that one MOU will cause 30 more is a logical fallacy. It's literally the slippery slope fallacy, and as such, I do not think it should be taken into consideration when looking at MOUs. And if we want to talk precedent, I think it's a far more dangerous precedent to think that if a student group doesn't fit perfectly into ASUM policies, they should not be recognized, and instead they should be forced to go to their department. I am personally far more afraid of a precedent like that than I would be afraid of a precedent of an MOU.
Fulton.
Question for Gregory. Can you explain to me why the students I mentioned earlier were not allowed to be a part of MUN, if you don't mind me asking?
I cannot speak specifically. I was studying abroad when that occurred.
Okay.
Would you like a follow-up, Senator Fulton?
Yes, I would. Listening to the discussion that is being had and understanding how students are feeling about this, and students who have come to me to voice their opinions and also to our committees to voice their opinions about this specific resolution, we are the Senate body who serves the students of the University of Montana. And when students aren't in support of this and students don't feel as if this is necessary, and the fact that we are trying to, again, put this group back into a bubble when they weren't in a bubble to begin with, shows, in my opinion, very much of a cop-out. And the fact that they are open and inclusive at this point in time, we shouldn't be treating them different, because right now we're treating them very differently. And the fact that certain senators on this body said that it's disgusting that we're putting this much time and effort and showing this much bias towards a group, in my opinion, shows that they don't even understand the resolution in general. And the fact that they're calling people out on this floor who are saying that they're liars and saying that there's somebody who is trying to make it seem like they're not trying to do anything, that's honestly quite false. If you're going to make a statement like that, you should honestly know what you're talking about before you make a statement. Okay? I truly believe that this document isn't necessary, and at this point in time, I'm still voting no on it.
Anderson.
Yeah, so I just want to point out something that I think is not being mentioned. The only MOUs that ASUM has written in the past and agreed to are with the administration for things like Sunday sweepers, the Research and Creative Scholarship Fund, renting out Craig for the daycare, working with Montpert to get their fee on our thing, doing the like a personnel party, the mortar board thing, and the UM Physics Club when they bought $12,000 worth of equipment. We don't write MOUs for student groups when to get them out of our policies or to put them like in a special little box that they get to just avoid everything. We write them for things like we need you to track the equipment, or we need to agree to this rental term. Like, this is not an appropriate use of an MOU for our organization. And so I strongly suggest everyone vote this down, please.
Terrell.
Yeah, I'd like to address the concerns over the slippery slope and how multiple MOUs might come forward. I'm going to agree it probably will incentivize other groups to make MOUs, but guess what? It doesn't matter because we get to vote on which ones we're going to accept and which ones we're not. We are the ones who can adjudicate and decide which MOUs we're going to accept and which ones we're not. And if the students don't like that, they can go vote for different senators the following year. They don't like the decision that we make. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter how many more MOUs we see come before us because we have voting power on them. Furthermore, as I've made clear multiple times throughout the year, I think it's clear that student groups know what's best for themselves. And Senator Gregory explained to us that members from the group helped write this resolution. So clearly they think that this will be helping them more than they already are as of now. So I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution.
And in the future, please refer to the author of the resolution as this author, not by the specific title. I'm going to read my speakers list and cap it because we've had a 40-minute discussion about this resolution. I have Johnston, Anderson. If you want to get on the speakers list, I'll do a 5-second countdown, what I've been doing, and then I'll cap it. So please get your text in before that. Senator Johnston.
I'll be quick. I haven't heard the slippery slope argument, so I hope nobody considers that. I don't consider that. That's not why I'm voting against it. I don't care if there's 1,000 MOUs. I just think that this MOU is completely unnecessary. So I do encourage everybody to vote no, but I feel like everybody's made their minds up. So
Anderson.
Yeah, I'm just going to respond to something that I've heard multiple times. So we keep saying that these MOUs aren't going to show favoritism, but we've literally been justifying the not having a ton more MOUs by cherry picking which groups are special enough to get them and which groups aren't, by having them go through the Senate, which is counterproductive to everyone's argument that this isn't going to create a bigger problem.
Darnell.
Yeah, I guess to put it in the most simple terms, if you disagree with the judgment and the harassment that MUN has faced in previous years by the Senate and by our executives, I encourage you to vote yes. And to also put it in simple terms, I don't think there's any issue with cherry picking. Wow, that was such a funny play on words. Cherry picking student groups as far as which ones get MOUs. It's pretty obvious this one needed one because of the way it's been interacting with ASUM in the past. The relationship would not have changed without something going forward like this. And now we finally actually had this open conversation about it. Before that, it's been a lot of behind doors personal vendettas from actual senators and executives. It's not an MOU, but it is encouraging the creation of one.
And last of my speakers, let's have Business Manager Parsons.
Thank you for a dynamic discussion. This has been something that's been on the Senate's docket my whole entire term. So I just want to extend my thank you to Senator Gregory for writing this.
Great. That is the last speaker, and since the speakers is capped, no one else can get on it. That now leads us into a roll call vote on Senate Bill 77, resolution establishing a memorandum of understanding between ASUM and Montana Model United Nations. Secretary Shelver, will you please take the roll call vote?
Senator Johnston.
No.
Senator Kiefer.
Nope.
Senator Kiefer.
No.
Senator Medina.
Abstain.
Senator Nelson.
Abstain.
Senator Ream.
Yes.
Senator Rink.
Rink, you got to unmute.
No.
Senator Tarallo.
Yes.
Senator Anderson.
No.
Senator Borgasani.
Abstain.
Senator Bowles.
Yes.
Senator Corkish.
No.
Senator Durnell.
Yes.
Senator Flanagan.
Abstain.
Senator Fulton.
No.
Senator Gluckert.
No.
Senator Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Hahn.
Nope.
Senator Jimmy.
No.
Business Manager Parsons.
Sorry, can you say that again, Business Manager Parsons?
No.
President Belcher.
No.
The noes have it 5 to 11 to 4.
All right, so Senate Bill 77 fails on a vote of 5 to 11 to 4. This now moves us into new business. And I know you're probably all wondering what the purpose of this is on the agenda, but we have it every time. If you want to propose new business, you can, but it's meaningless since it will never reach Senate or this Senate again. So I'll give you.
I would like to propose one resolution.
All right, Senator Johnson, you can propose your one resolution.
The title is to the title is to arm Washington Grizzly Stadium with nuclear weapons.
All right, and do you want that to be sent to Relations and Affairs? I'm assuming so.
Yes, so.
All right, I'll get it to Senator Durnell never.
And it's
Can you
all.
please give a brief description?
Yeah, so basically I feel like we don't have enough infrastructure at Washington Grizzly Stadium, and working with some of the administration, it's come to my understanding that they would really enjoy to have more money put into athletic departments. And so I think this is the best way to go about it. And so we might as well put nuclear weapons to protect Washington Grizzly Stadium, protect our campus, and to make sure that the safety of our students is always first priority.
You have my sponsorship.
I think that's like the second time that a nuclear resolution has been brought up at the last meeting. So I appreciate that, Senator Johnson. All right, last call for new business. Seeing none.
Can I also have that sent to sustainability as well?
Yes, you can have a sense of sustainability.
Thank you.
All right, last call for new business. All right, seeing none, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording real quick, just because.
Vice President, Business Manager.
The Office
of Business Manager.
Of the Associated Students of the University of Montana.
Of the
Associated Students of the University of Montana.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The rights and privileges.
The rights and privileges.
Of the students of the University of Montana.
Of the students of the University of Montana.
And will responsibly undertake.
And will responsibly undertake.
All duties necessary to secure these ends.
All duties necessary to secure these ends.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then are we doing senators next?
So we'll do that when the new meeting starts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so now I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Hahn, seconded by Flanagan, unanimous consent.
Anonymous.
What? Unanimous consent has been called and the meeting is adjourned.
Objection.
Objection.
Thank you, everyone. Listen to Vice President James Flanagan for information about your new meeting, and then we'll get going pretty soon.
Sounds good. I think we're just going to go into a brief 5-minute recess just to get everything put together on our side, and then we'll jump straight into our next meeting.
Be back or stay at your computers, please.
Can I be excused?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, am I done?
Start about 10:55.
Can we leave?
Oops. Cut. All right. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Good luck, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Good luck.
Oh my God, I don't want to leave. It makes me so sad. Okay, bye.
Noah, I am breaking out a pair of Bailey's earrings. And they are literally
amazing.
I don't know what I look like, but these are them. I have another pair right here. I was deciding between the two of them, but they're so beautiful.
Oh, well, yeah, I watch her make all of them. I'm always a big fan. I love seeing who's wearing them. I'll be downtown or whatever, and I'll see someone wearing them. I'm just like,
It's
cool.
so challenging to pick. There's so many cute ones.
I know. She doesn't give them to me for free anymore. I used to bribe her into giving them to me, but
She was selling them not expensive enough in the beginning. She, yeah, is an artist queen.
yeah. Yeah.
Kyle, I love your cat.
Cool.
Sorry, Zoom was taking its sweet time.
No worries. So I will now call this meeting to order at 10:58 p.m. Secretary Shelber, will you please take the roll?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to get the list all squared away.
No worries.
Okay, I think we got it here just a second. So, Senator Bowles,
Here.
Senator Durnell,
Here.
Senator Leone,
Here.
Senator Nelson,
Here.
Senator Viveris, if that's how you pronounce it, sorry.
You got it right. Here.
All right. Senator Rink,
Here.
Senator Fulton,
Here.
Senator Hurley,
Unexcused.
okay, Senator Carlin,
Jonathan, you here?
all right, Senator Tarallo,
Still here.
all right, Senator Hobbs,
Here.
Senator Bentler,
Here.
Senator Bornstein,
Here.
Senator Shea,
Here.
is that how you pronounce it?
It's Shy.
All right, okay. Senator McDermott,
Here.
Senator Weisenberger,
Here.
Senator Merchant,
Here.
Senator Nichols,
Excused.
Senator Holler,
Unexcused.
Senator Law,
Unexcused.
Senator Pfeiffer.
Here.
Business Manager Hanley,
Here.
VP Flanagan,
Here.
President Gregory.
Here.
Cool. So from here, we will go into a swearing in of the senators and Business Manager Hanley. Does that require a motion, or can we just throw it over to? Cool.
Since they were elected by the students, you can throw it over to Advisor Runner Fahey.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we will do this again, where I will ask new senators to repeat after me. Microphones on. I state your name.
I, Vince Tarallo.
I'm McDermott.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute
the office of Senator.
the office of Senator.
The Associated Students of the University of Montana.
The Associated Students of the University of Montana.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The rights and privileges.
The
rights and privileges
of the students of the University of Montana.
Of the students of the University of Montana.
And will responsibly undertake. All duties necessary to secure these ends.
All duties necessary to
secure
these ends.
Excellent, congratulations.
So from here, we would normally go into approval of minutes. However, there are no minutes to approve. However, as was stated in the chat, if you want to get on the speakers list, make sure to just text Hanley or send him a private message. And if anybody has questions in that, feel free to just drop it in the chat. From here, we will go to public comment. And I believe we already have one person lined up for public comment, and that's former Senator Johnston.
Hi, y'all. Some of you may know me as former Senator Johnston. There's a lot of old new faces, and there's a lot of new old faces. So I apologize that this meeting is going to go a little bit longer than anybody thought, and I'm going to probably contribute a little bit longer, as I always do. It's just a tradition, so get used to them. Welcome to the new executives. I think you guys will do a great job. I'm extremely proud of President Gregory, Vice President Flanagan, and Business Manager Hanley. I think you guys will do wonderful. I see some senators that I just absolutely adore. Senator Nelson, great resource if you need anything, anytime, anywhere. Senator Pfeiffer, great resource, anytime, anywhere. Senator Jernell, love him. He's great. Senator Hurley, I don't think he's in here, but he's, once again, a great resource if you need something. So I highly recommend reaching out to those people if you need anything. So I'm going to, as some of you may have heard, I am kind of a wrecking ball when it comes to Senate. I don't really care what people say. I don't really care what people think of me. And I hope you guys don't either. And I don't care if you do. So first off, I'd like to address, I am a member of Greek Life. I have been for 3.5 years. And I really, really hope that the members that also are associated with Greek Life recognize that you represent all of ASUM and all the students. You do not recognize, you don't just serve the Greek students, and you don't just serve the 500 students that voted you in. I made that mistake my first election go around, and I thought I could save Greek Life and make it all great and make ASUM's relationship perfect with them. Not gonna happen. Don't worry about it. You can try to fix it, but there's just too many things in place to, make it tough. So kind of go off with everything being tough and stuck in the mud. The governing documents are by far your best friend. Read them, know them, love them. You should read them 100 times over the summer if you can, and memorize every little nook and cranny. The more you know about them, the more you can manipulate the rules a little bit, pull the strings a little bit, play around with things that maybe aren't quite legal, but maybe aren't quite illegal. So you can play around with them a little bit more. Furthermore, going into that, you should deep dive into the documents. I really, really, really hope that senators understand the importance of governing documents and how important it is to govern this body and just the student body in general with our governing documents. If you don't have those, let me tell you what, big old mess. I really hope that people take into account how much time and consideration goes into some of these resolutions, because let me tell you what, I was on a resolution that was worked on for 4 months, and I was like, oh, it's going to be great. No one's going to go about it. It was like a 2-hour discussion, and I hated it. I thought it was the dumbest discussion we ever had in our entire lives. I thought it was perfect. People didn't think it was perfect. So this is some pet peeves, some tips, comments, concerns. Take them as you want. I don't care. First off, please don't thank senators for the work and time and effort they put into resolutions. It's a waste of time. Everybody understands that senators put in a lot of time and effort. You don't need to thank them. It wastes 10 seconds of everybody else's time. Furthermore, I really hope there's no political theater in next year's ASUM Senate. We had so much political theater this year, and I'm sure some of you experienced that, and some of the previous senators know how I harp on that. Political theater looks like you being, oh, I really want to stand for this one resolution because I am the person that did. No one cares. If you're out, man, 22-1, shut up. Don't say anything. Furthermore, I really hope that everybody understands that resolutions take a lot of time, they take a lot of effort, and you shouldn't half-bake them. You should really put a lot of time and effort into them, because that's how you make really quality things come out. I have seen resolutions that have been fought tooth and nail on the floor just for them to, get changed a little bit, for there to be, things that weren't quite right. And I've had authors just straight up leave the Senate or leave the resolution and just die right there. And it's terrible. I hate seeing that, because once you do that, you throw away your resolution. You either make it watered down, you make it worse, or it just dies. It really is not worth it. So I highly, highly encourage you put these resolutions through with some thought and some effort. And that's where those resources I mentioned earlier, Senator Nelson, Senator Pfeiffer, Senator Durnell, and Senator Hurley, also Business Manager Hanley. Ooh, that was a weird one. He is the literal encyclopedia of ASUM. I'm pretty sure he wrote the Constitution single-handedly, and I don't know who else wrote it, but I'm pretty sure it just says Vice President. It just says, Business Manager Hanley all over it. I don't know if I want to go into much more, because I think it'll just be real dilatory. So if anybody has any questions, comments, concerns for me, I'd love to hear them. If not, I'll get out of your guys' hair, and you can do whatever you want with that.
Cool. We do have one question or comment to start with, and that's Senator Durnell.
Perfect.
Kyle. I'm used to calling you Senator Johnston, but thank you for speaking so passionately to the students. Senators, don't be scared by Kyle. He's really cool, and he actually does provide a lot of great insight. And most importantly, I just want to thank you for your time and effort that it took to come and speak to us tonight. I'm sure it took just a lot of work. I have to thank you for it. And best of luck to you in your future, Kyle. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Durnell.
Cool. Next on my speakers list, I have Senator Rink.
Kyle, thanks for taking some time out of your day to come into public comment. Noah beat me, or Senator Durnell beat me to the punch with the thank you for your time and effort. I hope you get the irony in that graciousness. But in all sincerity, healthy levels of cynicism are good for the world, and I'm pretty sure make the world spin around its axis. But unhealthy levels of cynicism are equally as fun. But thank you for your time on this body and the annoying comments that usually serve a good purpose.
Thank you, Senator Rink.
Next on my speakers list, I have Senator Pfeiffer.
Hey Kyle, I think one of my biggest regrets is I couldn't get a final meeting in with you before I left for Ireland. So take it easy, man. You've earned it. All those rants, they finally come to fruition, dude. Good luck and everything.
It was the last big rant.
Next, I have Senator Tarala.
Senator Johnston, from the very, 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 very bottom of my heart, thank you for all of the time and effort that you put into each and every one of your Senate meetings. I know I'm beating this joke to death with a stick, but seriously, Senator Johnston, you know how to drive me up a wall better than anyone I know, but I wouldn't give up any of those moments that we were going at each other's throats for the world. So thank you for everything that you contributed to last year's Senate. I've learned something from you, as well as every other senator that left. I'm glad you made one last stand here at public comment, and I hope to carry the torch with my fellow senators.
Senator Trowell, I would like to thank you. I think we probably had the most back and forths this year, and I think that is an understatement for how many times we did it, but it was all in good fun, and I truly do respect you for sticking with your thoughts and what you believe in, even if you are the only one. It is admirable to see how much you are willing to dedicate yourself. Even if you know you're not going to be right, you still stand on your beliefs, and I really do think that is something to take into account, and that's really admirable.
Good luck, man.
So I do have one more person on my speakers list, but after that, I am going to cap it. I will give you 5 seconds to message Business Manager Hanley and get on the speakers list. Counting down now. Cool. Okay, speakers list is capped, and next I have Senator Fulton.
Hi, Kyle. I just want to say that I'm actually going to miss you a lot, and I'm going to miss the fact that you make me mad all the time. I'm really going to miss this. Okay, everybody. This is going to be long, but it needs to happen. I'm going to miss those little sarcastic things. You're a pain in the ass, but you're a great pain in the ass. And I'm really sad that you're leaving, because you're somebody that I looked up to a lot. And I'm really going to miss you a lot.
Thank you, Senator Fulton.
I'm really going to miss you a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Fulton. I tried to be a pain in the ass, but I always wanted to be a consistent pain in the ass. And you were always a thorn in my side, but it was always good back and forth. And I always felt like there was always this little dance we did that I couldn't quite always get to, but it was a good back and forth. And I think that goes for everybody that was on this current body, that it's just always just a fun back and forth. And keep that in mind. It's like you're gonna have enemies on Senate, and it's worth not being you know what with them. It's worth trying to find those differences and trying to figure out a compromise, because at the end of the day, if you're on two ends and you're not going to meet in the middle, then nothing's going to happen.
Thanks for coming out, Kyle. I really do appreciate your wordsmithery. I'm going to miss a lot, and I'm sure I'm going to reach out to you for advice very soon. Cool. So, do we have any more public comment? Feel free to just unmute yourself and speak up for public comment. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. Okay, so ends public comment.
Terrific. And so opens the president's report. So my apologies for not, showing my video screen earlier. My Zoom freaks out for some reason if there's more than 30 people on the chat, but now that has been resolved. So first I want to give my biggest and warmest welcome to all of you, and a big congratulations to all our new senators as well as our veteran senators who are coming back. Vice President Flanagan, Business Manager Hanley, and myself look forward to working with all of you this summer potentially in the next academic year, and hearing all of your ideas and projects that you have for our campus. So again, welcome, congratulations, and thank you all so much for serving during such a critical moment for our campus. So to continue with the report, the first item that we have is to swear in Brian Reed as the Student Success Liaison. So I'll now be entertaining a motion to approve Brian Reed as the Student Success Liaison.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Tarallo. Who seconded? Moved by Tarallo, seconded by
Second.
Hanley.
Unanimous.
Unanimous was called. Any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Seeing none, Brian is now sworn in as the Student Success Liaison for next year. Terrific. So to continue on with the report, next we have transition updates. So Vice President Flanagan and I have been meeting with several administrators since Monday, and we will continue to do so for the next several weeks as we get our bearings in these new positions for ASUM. So I'll just kind of go over a little bit of who we met. In brevity, I won't go over the conversations that we had, but so far I've met with all the agency directors collectively through the weekly ASUM staff meeting, and Vice President Flanagan and I have met with Adrian Donald, the Director of the University Center, Paula Short, Director of Communications, Sandy Curtis, Director of UM Housing, Steve Thompson, Director of Campus Recreation, Kelly Webster, Chief of Staff to President Bodner, Brian French, Executive Director of the Office for Student Success, Nathan Dimitrovich, Undergraduate Advising Center Director, Rick Curtis, Director of Curry Health Center, Linda Green, Director of Wellness, Mike Frost, Director of Counseling, the University Faculty Association, and Paul Lassiter, the Vice President for Operations and Finance. Our meeting with Kathy Cole was originally scheduled for this morning, but we're hoping to reschedule that sometime in the next coming weeks. So I know that's a lot of names that I throw at you, but Vice President Flanagan and I will be having, I went and tallied it up, 11 more meetings this week with admin as we discuss with the outgoing executive as well and the ASUM advisors. So are there any questions for me kind of about transition and that process that James and I are going through as Vice President Flanagan and I become these new roles? I'll wait a couple of seconds. All right, seeing none, we'll continue on with the report. So I'm going to talk a little bit about summer availability for me in the president role. So I'll be around Missoula this summer, and I'll be available for summer meetings, committee work, one-on-ones with all of you. I'm hoping to be in the office or working elsewhere remotely, or just generally being available between the hours of 10 and 3 or 4, but I'm generally flexible with it when it comes to that. Those were my hours last year when I worked in the branch center, and they worked fairly well for me, so I was going to try and keep that same schedule, but still relatively flexible. I may be unavailable around the 4th of July and a sporadic day or two throughout the summer, but I'll send you all an email notifying that I'll be gone and if that'll affect any kind of obligations that I have with the presidency. My summer vacation was pushed to December as a result of COVID-19, so I'll be around for a majority of the summer. Are there any questions kind of about summer availability for myself? All right, seeing none, we'll continue on with the president's report. Almost there, I promise. So lastly, we'll go over kind of summer hires for ASUM and positions that will need to get filled. So over the summer, we'll begin to advertise for an ASUM secretary position, a student political action director, the ASUM lobbyist, and a couple of other positions that have yet to be announced via handshake and social media. So when those postings go up, I want all of you to, or highly encourage all of you to share them, encourage your friends to apply, and anyone you think would be a great fit for these positions for ASUM. Now, the SPA director and the ASUM lobbyist in particular are going to be very important positions to get filled, as this upcoming year is a legislative year, and it's going to be a very important legislative session for higher education, especially as a result of COVID-19. Something to keep in mind is that if you are a current senator, you can't really serve in either of those positions as well as a secretary, so that's something to keep in mind. But are there any questions at this time about summer hires? I know more information will go out soon, kind of as those hiring processes begin, and as more information is published on Handshake and the ASUM social media. But at this time, are there any kind of questions about those? All right, seeing none, so I'll continue on into the last aspect of the president's report, which is the other, which are kind of just items that aren't touched anywhere, or if there's an item that forgot, can go into the other. So I only have one item to put into the other. I'm going to try to refrain from using it a lot going forward because I think it's very ambiguous and we're not quite sure, what's in there to prepare. But I don't quite have access yet to the ASUM president email on my laptop and my phone. I only really have access to it in the ASUM office, and even then, I don't have access to the calendar for like Outlook invites. So strongly recommend, please don't email me there just yet. I'm going to speak with SIT about getting that resolved as soon as possible. There have been some technology errors with getting me in there. So just this once, I'm going to give you all permission to email me at my student email, which is taylor1.gregory@umontana.edu. The one in there is very important. Apparently there's another Taylor Gregory floating around campus, so you got to make sure you put taylor1.gregory@umontana.edu. And this is just until I can get access really into the president's email. So hopefully I'll get into that soon, so I can schedule meetings with all of you, with the administrators, on projects that I'm hoping to look to do in this coming year. So I apologize for that inconvenience. Hopefully that can get resolved soon. So really that's all I have. If you want to get in contact with me, please do when I get access into the email. I'll make sure to email all of you, letting you know that I have access. I'm really looking forward to meeting with all of you. And for those of you who are doing summer committee work, I look forward to working with you soon. But if you're waiting until the fall, no worries. And I look forward to working with you then. So that's all I have. And that closes my first ever president's report.
So opens the vice president's report, and we're going to start with committee updates. We just added a couple members to committees that will probably be meeting over the summer just to legitimize that process. And if anybody has any questions or discussion on that, feel free to get on the speakers list now. I'll give you about 10 seconds. I have Hanley.
Yeah, so the reason why we're doing this is summer committees are usually never confirmed. And there's actually a portion of our bylaws that states that we don't have to confirm summer appointments. We can just do whatever we want. For right now, these are just the committees that we know of that will need students that are usually never confirmed. So we're just, as Vice President Flanagan mentioned, we're adding a little bit more validity to the process. And these are typically always committees that execs serve on. However, there's one committee that you see a non-exec serving on, and that's a senator from last year that's continuing her work as a student for the summer on that appeals board.
Mm-hmm. Any other discussion or questions? I'll give about 10 seconds again. I have Senator Durnell.
Are the ones highlighted here the only updates?
Yes. Any further discussion or questions? Any discussion? Last call. Okay, I'll now entertain a motion to, Senator Fulton.
Do we know if winter session will be meeting at all? Because, yeah.
I'll yield to Business Manager Hanley for that.
No, and the reason why there's not more committee assignments right now is because these are the committees that we know are going to be meeting. So like winter session, I don't know yet, which is why we're not appointing, and we can appoint that outside of Senate during the summer. So this is only the committees that we know about, just so that we have the shared governance Senate approval through the door.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yep.
If winter session is still meeting, and I know we don't have to get approval of this, I would like to be on that committee so I can continue the work that I've been doing on winter session if they are meeting over the summer. That's just something I would like to happen.
I'll make sure to note that. Thank you, Senator Fulton. Do I have any? I have Business Manager Hanley. Never mind, he yielded. Any further discussion for committee assignments? Any discussion? Last call. Okay. I will now entertain a motion to approve committee assignment.
So moved.
Moved by Senator Terrell.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Rink.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Final call. It's approved unanimously. So that brings me to summer ASUM work. So there will be some work groups for upcoming projects next year available, as well as some possible committee work. You saw some of that just now. If we hear about any other committees that will be meeting, such as winter session, for example, we'll probably be contacting some of you to see if you're interested in working with that. Please contact me if you're interested in any of these items, or if you have a summer project that you would like ASUM to help you with. Is there any questions about that? I'll just do 5 seconds or so to open up questions or discussion for that. Cool. Next on my agenda, I have transition update. So as President Gregory stated, we did meet with a variety of administrators during our transition. We still have a couple more meetings, but I did want to outline some of the more important bits of our meetings just to convey that information to you. With our meeting with Steve Thompson, the Director of Campus Rec, he notified us that the facility remodel has been underway during quarantine, and it's been going pretty efficiently. Outdoor and fitness will be reopening as soon as we transition into the next phase of the state's 3-step quarantine plan and the campus begins to reopen itself. In our meeting with Kelly Webster, the Chief of Staff, she established herself as a resource for all of ASUM and expressed interest in the plastic bag ban project that we heavily campaigned on and will more than likely be involved in that project, as well as Eva Rock. We met with Rick Curtis, Director of the Curry Health Center, Mike Frost, Head of Counseling, and Linda Green, Head of Wellness. And they brought to our attention a fund that an MUS, Montana University System Task Force, is pursuing through OCHI in order to assist campuses with their buying power for mental health resources. And they requested that we help this from the perspective of Montana associated students. And this is something that I'll more than likely be working on and updating you on in the upcoming year, especially with mass updates in my report. And then lastly, all administrators that we have met with were adamant about receiving feedback from students and keeping communication with students strong, especially during the COVID-19 epidemic. So as such, please feel free to voice your concerns to me or the president, as we're very happy and we're more than able to bring these concerns to any administration. And the administration would love to work with you to address these concerns, as would we. It looks like I do have one senator for discussion on transition updates, and that's Senator Fulton.
When you guys have met with Campus Rec and all of that, has there been discussion about the fees that were used this year, especially because students haven't been able to access the rec department at all? Would it be possible to bring up to their attention if there's summer, if they plan on using the rec or the gym at all, would be an option for them to to have their summer fee waived, so that way the remainder of their spring bill could like potentially work for their summer bill as well?
So we did not discuss that in our meeting with Rick Curtis, but we did discuss in our meeting with Paul Lassiter how fees would be structured during the summer session. And how he described it is that students usually fit about 3 categories: traditional, online, and remote. And during the summer session, all students are going to be sort of recognized under a classification of remote. And in this remote classification, students will, as he put it, unfortunately be paying fees. However, they are going to receive a significant tuition waiver that would, I believe, bring them down to, as he said, the online tuition, from what I understand. And I'll yield to President Gregory if he has anything more to say on that.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit. A lot of that will depend on your classification of a student if you're in versus out of state, because then it's going to be a sliding scale based on that classification standard that you have as a student. So it'll look like if you're an in-state student, you're going to get less of a tuition discount, but that's because you pay less in tuition than an out-of-state student. So it's going to be that sliding scale when it comes to tuition discounts for the summer, to add some more clarification.
Any further discussion or comment on transition updates? I'll give about 5 seconds. Okay, cool. Moving forward, next I have one-on-ones. So in my initial email that I sent to you all on Monday, I asked you all to set up a meeting with me so that we can introduce ourselves, discuss responsibilities as a senator, and look into the time that you'll be spending on Senate through committee assignments, projects, and so on. So far, I've only had, I've had all but 6 senators schedule and or complete this meeting. So if you are one of the 6 that have not scheduled or completed your meeting, please schedule this with me as soon as possible. If you're not available during these times that are listed on the Google Doc, please just reach out to me and we can set something up. And if you have already met with me and you'd like to meet with me again to discuss anything that you're interested in, feel free to sign up on that Google Doc again. I have Senator Tarallo.
Vice President Flanagan, when will you be discussing / assigning mentors and mentees?
That's a great question. I will be looking into assigning, as well as taking in feedback on who senators would like their mentee to be in the fall and near around the beginning of our first couple Senate meetings. I'll just have you all send me probably your top 3 or top 5 administrators and go through that process to assign mentees to each senator. Any other discussion on one-on-ones? Any discussion? I'll give a couple seconds. Last call. Cool. So that brings me to summer availability. As soon as I get access to the office, currently I don't have any keys and my Grizz card is not recognized as one that gets sort of 24-hour access. But once I do get access to the office, I'll be spending most of my afternoons on weekdays in the office. After finals week, I will be setting up official office hours, and I plan on staying in Missoula all summer. For travel, by the end of May, I'll probably be going back to Billings for a couple weeks, and near the end of July, I'll probably be traveling as well. So I'll keep you posted on when I'm not available in the office. However, I will always be available for Zoom call, phone call, or any other sort of long distance contact that any senator would like to have with me if there's anything they'd like to discuss or any concerns that they have. Is there any discussion on summer availability? Any discussion? Cool. That brings me to retreat. So retreat, for those that are new to Senate is, retreat for those that are new to Senate will be a time for us to come together and go over Senate procedure, discuss upcoming business, as well as do team building activities. It's going to take place sometime in late August. A doodle poll will be sent out soon with dates for you to vote on when you would like fall retreat to be held. I'm hoping to get during this fall retreat, I'm hoping to get sensitivity training and mental health training for us. And I'll let you know more about that as soon as I look more into that. Moreover, if you have any team building activities in mind, please let me know. Steve Thompson has extended an invite for us to go whitewater rafting. I'm extremely interested in taking him up on this, as Senate has given him a rain check for like the past 3 or 4 years now on doing this. This is literally something that he's tried to set up multiple times, and each time it's fallen through. So I'd really like to be the first Senate that actually goes through with this with him. But if you have a strong aversion to that, or if you'd really like to see something else during our retreat, please just reach out to me and give me your suggestions. Is there any discussion on retreat? Any discussion? Cool. And then that brings me into my other. I just have one item for my other today. Me, Business Manager Hanley, and former Senator Hahn went to a meeting for the master planning for the university's housing with the architecture firm that the university is partnering with to accomplish that. And it was a very insightful meeting. I really enjoyed the discussion that was held between all of us. It was very interesting to get a perspective of how other people saw campus, and it led to, I think, some good insight for the architecture firm on how students themselves view campus. They are going to be doing further outreach to students to discuss with them how they view campus and to get an even larger perspective of campus. And I will probably be asking you all to both take that survey and disseminate that survey among the student body, so be on the lookout for that. And with that being said, I have nothing else in my other, so I will wait a couple seconds if there's any discussion on my other or any sort of questions at all for me. Just sort of a last minute discussion for anything. Cool, I have Senator Rink.
Yeah, just out of morbid curiosity, who's going to be running? I mean, it sounds like you're going to have some important communication coming from ASUM. Who will be running the social media platforms over the summer?
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out near the end there, Senator Rink. What was the question?
It sounds like we're going to have some important communications coming out from ASUM over the summer. Who will be taking charge of the social media platforms?
That's a good question.
I can partially volunteer myself for some of them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a very great question. I hadn't considered it, to be honest with you. I will look further into that. It will either be one of the execs or we will ask one of the senators to take it on. And I do appreciate you volunteering yourself to do so, Senator Rink. I'll have more information for you all on that as soon as I look more into it and give further thought to it. Is there any further discussion for anything that I said in my report or anything that anybody would like to discuss? Any further discussion? Last call. Cool. So ends the Vice President's report.
And so begins the business manager's report. So usually what all previous business managers do is they kind of go over the account balances and what those mean. You can kind of see the account balances for yourselves right here and during retreat. And so the transition materials that we'll provide, or that I'll provide for you all, you'll be able to see kind of what those student groups can use those accounts for, why the amounts are so high in some accounts, why the amounts are so low in other accounts. And then just an overview of fiscal policy. So be on the lookout for me. I'll probably send an email about fiscal policy and kind of what I do as business manager over the summer. But that leads me into my first agenda item, which is budgeting work group. So I'm gonna be assembling senators that are interested, or any other students at large that are interested, to work with me on doing some very major revisions to fiscal policy. Some revisions that I have right outside of the bat include drafting a co-curricular section in fiscal policy, drafting a fundraising section in fiscal policy, completely restructuring final budgeting in fiscal policy. I have more on that if you have questions. Restructuring the way that we refund airfare, reforming our inventory policy, other student group recognition issues, and other fiscal policy issues that pop up in the group. So I'm expecting to have weekly meetings with this group. So if you're interested and you're ready for the work, let me know and I'd be more than glad to throw you on. They're probably gonna be like hour and a half long meetings every single week. And there'll be a little bit of work outside of it. And this will be to ensure that we have some great fiscal policy changes and great student group recognition changes headed into the fall semester. And we can have most of those issues resolved so that we can have a smooth sailing 2020 and 2021 academic year. This group will not start meeting, or will meet after May BOR. And as what I'm going to talk about during most of my summer work, everything will be pushed after May BOR because I'm focusing a lot on the fees right now and the BOR agenda items. And I'm also just a little burnt out from this year. So I see that I have a few senators that are interested, so thank you very much. I will take down your interested names so that I remember to email you. But I do have a question, and one for Senator Rink.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask or say that I was interested. And
Can you like move your mic? I can barely hear you. Sorry.
I know. I'm sorry. I was gonna say yes. I'm interested. I could have just texted that to you. But also, I'm not gonna commit to any workload. But could you just make those meetings, like put them in the group chat or something at least? So at least for the first couple, we could sit in on them.
Yeah, I can. What I can do is email the whole Senate too, if you want, and I can email out the agendas. And then I can also. The other thing that I'll do is I'll put our work in progress in the new Senate box folder if it's formed by then, and that way people can track it and keep track of all the changes that we're planning on making. And thanks for everyone sending your interest to me in the chat. I've got all your names down, so thank you. But any more questions for me about the budgeting work group? Cool. All right. So seeing none, that moves me on to my second agenda item, which is the university design team. The president's office just formed a new initiative, and it's kind of envisioning a little bit of President Bodner's Tomorrow Proof Education, as well as work from other past strategic planning councils. And during the election, I was asked to serve on it as a student member next year. So basically what the work is going to look like is basically what does the team want UM to look like, and kind of what our strategic objectives are after COVID-19. UM's been in a pretty bad downward spiral for the past 8 years. And I think this team is a really, really great team that the president has assembled. And I'm very, very excited to work on it. You can find more information about it if you go to the University of Montana President's website and you click on, I think it's strategic initiatives or just initiatives in general, and you can find the university design team. You can find the charge, kind of our timeline for the phases. There will be 4 phases. A lot of the work will take place during the summer, and there's going to be a lot of student engagement that happens early on during the fall semester. And in fact, there's a student engagement session that's happening tomorrow. So, for those of you that were invited, please go. And whenever those things pop up, I'll make sure to remind you all, but this is probably the most important thing I've ever done as a student advocate. And I'm very, very excited to work on this group. So if you're interested to learn more, let me know, and I can sit down and chat with you during finals week or whenever we're both available to talk. So any questions for me about the university design team? Cool. Seeing none, that now moves me into my third agenda item, which is code of ethics. This isn't really related to me or the business manager's report. It's just kind of something I'm interested in working on. I think over the past couple of years, I've seen a lot of senates, and I think one thing that would be really beneficial for ASUM to establish is a code of ethics. It's actually something that the Montana Associated students have right now, and I think it would be really cool if ASUM established a code of ethics, and then it establishes good ethical principles. We voted in the early fall semester, and then all of us signed it. I think that would just be a really great way moving forward to have an honest and open student government. So if you're interested in helping me draft it, let me know, and I'll put together like a little working group. This isn't like something official. It's just like something that I'm going to probably draft, and then we can kind of trade back and forth drafts about our code of ethics, and then we can propose it during the first Senate meeting of the year. But if you're interested in working with me on that, let me know. It's something that I'm kind of interested in doing. And any questions for me on that? Cool. Seeing none, that moves me into Senate Bill 1, which is resolution supporting the creation of a COVID-19 student group relief application, and current Senator Janelle authored it. So I will have you, or I will give you your authorship.
Great, thank you. So the inspiration behind this idea originated with student groups from the music union reporting their concerns about being able to fund events that are being rescheduled. And they reported that to President Rory Anderson, and she made a public comment to the Senate. And from here, I picked up this initiative and consulted with other senators and Business Manager Parsons at the time. And we threw out a lot of ideas, but believe that this is the most achievable and budget-friendly way to help student groups while we're amidst this COVID-19 stuff. This resolution supports the creation of a COVID-19 student group relief application, and that will service all student groups, which includes union groups, to reapply for some of their funds from the spring that roll over into the zero-based account at the end of the fiscal year. The application would include student groups indicating their previous year's budgets, how much they spent in specific plans, including dates set to reschedule events that were originally planned for spring semester. The Board on Budget and Finance will see these applications to determine if they are able to apply, which would require that they hadn't already exhausted their budget for fiscal year 1920, that they were previously funded in the line items or category that would support the event, and that their plans are codified. They can only reclaim the amount they budgeted within that category that corresponds to their rescheduled event, meaning they cannot ask to reclaim money that exceeds their total budget or falls within different line items or categories. And then since travel is allocated through the travel account and not through final budgeting, student groups should apply in the fall for funds from that same account rather than the COVID-19 student group relief application, with the exception of unions who budget for travel in their final budgeting process, so that's a part of their budget. The resolution is being seen today in this first Senate meeting because the previous Senate cannot charge future ASUM senators or executives to carry out their tasks, which means it wouldn't have been appropriate for me to discuss this in the meeting prior. And passing this tonight means we're charging the business manager with creating this application to be seen by the Senate at the start of the fall, and that we are charging the student group coordinator with making sure student groups know this resource is available. It is one of many small steps I see the Senate taking in ensuring that we are properly reconstructing our governance to best support students while COVID-19 changing how we currently operate as students. With that, I'll yield to all questions.
And just so everyone's aware, Senator Janelle has shown me this, and I think the charges for me are more than capable for me to carry out if that's any questions that are coming my way. But first I have Senator Pfeiffer.
Yeah, so since the resolution doesn't make any indication about what the application looks like, I just had a question for Noah, Senator Noah, excuse me. Have you guys discussed what the structure might look like and what information we'll need from student groups to figure out how we're going to reallocate all this?
Yeah, so it's touched on a little bit in here, but the big thing that they'll have to be looked at is their previous budgets. So when it goes to the Board of Budget and Finance, for instance, I'm sure that the ASUM office has those on record, so that would be pretty easy to pull up. But they need to show like what their records were beforehand, so what they spent, and like show their budget. So it really has to fall within the line item or category, because that's just an ASUM rule. Like it can't fall with that outside of those and be funded for something else unless there's a line item change. But the fiscal year is ended, so that's not possible. And then if they've already spent the money, they can't reclaim it because it was already spent for a different purpose. And then showing that they have plans set. So it's kind of similar to maybe how the travel allocations would look, where they have to show like that they have plans and dates and kind of a plan for setting out with that. Otherwise though, the structure of the application itself, I would like to keep, I didn't detail it very specifically here, and that's where I'm giving discretion to the business manager, because I know the business manager will probably have the best capacity to do that. And I also made sure that in here I included that this application, when it's made, should be presented to the Senate so that they can discuss it and edit it as they see fit.
Thank you.
Bolton.
I really like this resolution, and I think it needs to be passed because we are here to serve our students and our student body. And this, I honestly believe, with our current situation, is the best thing that we can do. This might just be an idea of how the application could be set up, is where the first column would be total amount requested, and then total amount spent out of the certain category and line items they're requesting out of, and then total amount approved by the Board on Budget and Finance and then the Senate. That's just an idea, like a rough thing that might work the best. But otherwise, I think this resolution is something very well written, and it's quite nice that we're already showing student groups that we're caring about them this early on.
And if you have any comments about the way the forms are created, feel free to email me. Ultimately, I have discretion, and I will operate within the confines of the charges that the Senate approves. But I am more than willing to take input on this. I mean, it's forms. I don't really care from my preference how they look. I just want them to look right. Senator Tarallo.
Senator Durnell, I wanted to kind of get your thoughts, and anybody else who wants to weigh on this as well, feel free to. What are your thoughts on putting kind of a more concrete date as to a concrete end date as to when student groups can apply to regain their funds?
I believe that is actually mentioned in here, but I think
It
it's open.
gives the years, but not like a cutoff point. Just
Yeah.
the 2020.
Sorry. So as far as I tell right now, I guess I don't want to subject students to any particular like timeline where they should be like rescheduling their events, but yeah, I thought about it a lot. I did think a lot about a set deadline. If you have one in mind, I'm definitely welcome to hear it and discuss it. But I figure that this, since everything is such in like the air right now, for student groups is probably going to be similar, and to give them a little bit of discretion and liberty with when they can apply for this is great. I do want, if any rescheduled events happen, they need to happen in next fiscal year. For instance, like one of the groups who asked to reschedule, they wanted to reschedule an event that was originally occurring in April of this year, and it will have to be rescheduled for April of next year because they already have like the rest of their stuff planned out. So that's like a long time coming. So that gives them time in again because it's kind of new. So I guess with not having a set date, it gives the students a little bit more liberty. And that's what I want because I don't want to tie them down any more than they already have been because of COVID-19 and what that's done to them.
Thank you. And then may I have a follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Move to add Ethan Handley, ASUM business manager to sent to line.
Okay, there's been a motion by Senator Tarallo to add Ethan Hanley, ASUM business manager. Is there a second? Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Fulton.
I didn't second that.
Okay, who seconded it? Okay, okay, it was moved by Tarallo, seconded by Rink. Tarallo, go.
Yeah, I know you're more than capable of remembering to do this, but I just want to make sure we're following through and being perfect on everything.
Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really matter because he's a sponsor on this and is like clearly active in this body. I appreciate like the motion to try to make this perfect, but in the future, I would just ask that we don't waste time like this. But.
Any more discussion? Last call for discussion on the amendment. All right, seeing none, I'll drop the poll. I'll give you all a couple seconds to vote, so please go vote now. Wow, it's actually kind of close. Oh, all right, I'll give you 5 more seconds. Great, the amendment is adopted on 13-6 vote. So I will send myself the resolution. Next on my speakers list for the main resolution, I have Senator Carlin. I think we're kind of having trouble hearing you. Shoot, do you have headphones that you could possibly plug in? Yeah, I'll give you a few moments to plug those in. That might actually help a little bit more. I don't think we can hear you still. Okay, if you have questions about it, feel free to email me after. I'm sorry this didn't work out, but let me know after. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Any more discussion for Senate Bill 1? Last call for discussion on Senate Bill 1. Great, seeing none, we will now move into a roll call vote on Senate Bill 1. Resolution supporting the creation of a COVID-19 student group relief application. Secretary Shelver, will you please take the roll call vote?
1 second. Senator Bornstein,
Yes.
Senator Bowles,
Yes.
Senator Durnell,
Yes.
is that a yes? Senator Durnell?
That was a yes.
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
All good. Senator, oh, excuse me. Senator Fulton,
Yes.
Senator Hobbs,
Yes.
Senator Carlin.
Senator Carlin, if you could type
yes.
your vote to me in the chat.
It's a yes.
Oh, it's a yes, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a yes, Thor.
Yep. Senator Leone.
Yep.
Senator McDermott,
Yeah.
Senator Merchant,
Yes.
Senator Nelson,
Yes.
Senator Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Senator Rink,
Yes.
Senator Shy,
Yes.
Senator Tarallo,
Yes.
Senator Ververis,
Yes.
Senator Bentler,
Yes.
Business Manager Hanley, or actually Vice President Flanagan,
Yes.
President Gregory.
Yes.
Did everyone have the opportunity to vote?
Did I miss anyone?
Cool. Not that it really would matter because the resolution passed 18-0, but thank you all for that discussion on the resolution. I will get ready in creating the forms after the mayor BOR. Which now leads me into summer availability. Yeah, I'm here pretty much the whole summer. Originally, I was going to travel back to Rhode Island to see my grandparents, but that is currently up in the air. So there will be a few weekends in July, however, that I'm unavailable, and I think it's the 1st and 3rd weekend in July, but I'll update you when that time comes. Again, those are kind of up in the air too, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be gone. So any questions for me on summer availability? Great. Seeing none, we'll go into my other. So for the first one, so usually the tradition of business manager is to get birthday treats for senators when it's their birthdays. So I will be valiantly carrying on that tradition next year. And during retreat, I will have like a contact information sheet that you can fill out with your birthday and your desired treat, just as long as it's not pickled eggs, as previous business manager Parsons wished to have as a birthday treat. So I'll let you know when that comes around, and I'll try to not forget anyone's birthdays this year. And then the second thing that I have is I just got access to the business manager email about a couple hours ago. So if you've emailed the business manager email in my capacity and you haven't received a response, that's why. It might take me a day to respond just because I'm finishing up some VP stuff, and it's been quite a lot. So I will try to respond if you've emailed the business manager email, but just bear with me for the next week. I'm transitioning into a new position while also transitioning someone into a position, and it's been pretty busy. So I'll try to respond, and I'll try to respond as best as you can, but try to bear with me for the next couple, or for at least this week. And then the last thing I have is just a congratulations, but also a reminder, make sure to treat each other well in the body. It's important, and although it can be kind of a pain sometimes to serve, it's really rewarding. And also make sure that you treat everyone with a common end goal, which is always advocating for students. It's something that I've tried to embody for the last 2 years as a member of ASUM. And I hope you all serve in that capacity and serve with those ethical values. And with that, so closes the business manager's report.
So opens committee reports. So usually here we would just have senators send in committee reports, and any discussion on what was sent in would be discussed here, as well as any university committees would be discussed here, and or would be a committee report would be given and discussed here, as well as any mentor-mentee reports would be given, or any committees that are given or that meet right before the Senate and don't have time to send in their committee report. The board on member organizations also usually forwards student group recognition during this time as well. So from here, we will move into unfinished business, of which there is none. This is where we'd usually see any resolutions that we have that were proposed through new business. Which brings me to new business. Is there any new business? And for those that don't know, new business is just the time to propose a resolution, and it has to be in, the full resolution has to be sent to me and the ASUM secretary email by noon the following Friday. So even if you were to put in any new resolutions today, it would not be seen until the following ASUM meeting in the fall. However, it would still have to be in by this Friday. So I have Senator Fulton.
One resolution amending Article 14 bylaws.
Cool. And can you send that to Secretary Shelber, as well as what committees will that be going to? Just sports?
Sports Union and RNA. Would it be possible to get the one that was already edited by RNA and sent to the Sports Union but never seen by the Sports Union?
I'll yield to on that.
I'll try to get it to you tomorrow if that sounds like a good deal, and then you can send it to Vice President Flanagan.
Cool. And then can you give a brief description on the resolution?
Yeah, so the Sports Union bylaws currently has itself listed as 2 different names. When I talked to the office manager and members of the Sports Union, they wish to be identified as the Sports Club Union instead of the Sports Organization Union. And this is just like a quick little like edit just to make them all nice and uniform.
Cool. Is there any other new business? Last call for new business. Cool. So after new business, we usually go into adjournment, and after adjournment, we usually have comments. So at this point, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, wow. So the motion was moved by Senator Pfeiffer, seconded by Senator Corallo.
Unanimous.
Unanimous consent has been called. Is there any discussion or objection? Discussion or objection? Last call. Okay, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned at 12:03 a.m. So